Welcome to another TikTok Live. It is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. This is a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. And I invite you to participate. You can do so by requesting up and participating in the chat. I will engage with your chats as well as take calls. Let's see, we got the first chat of the day from Alex. Day 47 of asking you to put a fill of mind topic up there. Really? I don't remember seeing you ask before about that. Maybe I just didn't see it. Well, philosophy of minds, if I were to put a topic, I would put dualism. I guess that's the view I lean towards, as opposed to materialism or idealism. I think there is mind and there is matter, and I don't think either is reducible to the other. So you might call that a dualist point of view. There are fundamentally two different types of things, mind and matter, or mind and body. Do you have a view on dualism or philosophy of mind? I haven't discussed that much on my show. I have sometimes. I don't know if I actually wrote my dissertation about physicalism. And I've discussed it a bit on my YouTube channel. I'm not sure if I've discussed it on TikTok. You say you're an objective idealist. I reject dualism. Okay. I know what idealism is. I'm not sure what objective idealism is. Thanks for the hearts, the likes. Someone else says, I think supernaturalism is great. I liked the show. I haven't seen that show. If you mean a TV show. But that's actually the newest part I added to my background. I made some small changes, and I think I used to have God there in where it says supernaturalism. I thought maybe it would be better to use this term. Let's see. I see someone has requested, but let me stick with the chat for a little bit. Why is Israel good? Because it respects rights, or at least relatively speaking. It's not perfect, but I think it does a relatively good job at respecting rights. We talked about that some in the last stream. Sometimes people say, but what about the Palestinians? And maybe we can talk about that. And doesn't respect the rights of kids it bombs, says somebody. I think it kills civilians not on purpose, but as collateral damage. I think it's a smear, the way people talk about Israel killing innocent people. Their intention, I don't think, is to kill innocent people, but Hamas uses innocent people as human shields. So innocent people die. All right, now I got two guest requesters. So are you a moderate? I wouldn't say so. Why would you think I'm a moderate? Is that because I reject both Trump and leftism? I put them both in the bad category. And you think of that as right in the left, and I'm neither, so I'm in the middle. Is that why you say that? I would say I'm pretty radical, actually. I think I have. I wouldn't call myself a centrist. I think that's often used as a political term for people who aren't on the far left or the far right, or just the left instead of far left, far right. If we could just say left and right, but I don't see myself as in the middle between those two. I'm a the way the political spectrum is typically thought of is I'm not sure I would agree with it. I doubt I would. So I think the fundamental issue in politics is whether people are free. I'm a big proponent of freedom, and I think almost everyone out there today is in favor of some kind of violations of freedom, both the left and what's called the rights. So I think a system of freedom would be one which protects people from force. So that would imply no taxation. I have taxes in the bad section because taxes coerce people. You're not free to decide what to do with your own money. It is forcibly taken away from you. At least some of it is. And it's given to the government under threat of jail if you don't cooperate. And I oppose that. I think people should be free to spend their own money as they choose. And pretty much everyone is in favor of some taxation. So I wouldn't say I'm a moderate. I think I'm pretty radical. I also oppose all regulations. That doesn't mean I oppose all laws. I distinguish between regulations and laws. Maybe we can get into that later. But let me look at some more chats. How is Trump against capitalism? Well, for one thing, he supports tariffs. I think he said that's his favorite word. I think he said that. And tariffs are anti-free trade. Instead of people being free to decide what they're going to sell their goods at, they are taxed. It's another kind of tax on imports. It's a tax on imports. I can't voluntarily come to an agreement with someone living abroad on what price I'm going to pay. I have to pay some tax to the government against my will. So that's just one way. I think there are other ways too. I don't think Trump supports the rule of law. I think he lies maybe more than any other politician. And he was, I think, complicit in obstructing the peaceful transfer of power to Joe Biden back in 2021, which led to the riots on January 26th. I think that was a very anti-freedom moments. I think that was a case of people using force to get their way. Aware of Yaron Brook? Yes, I'm definitely aware of Yaron Brook. He's the chairman of the board of the Ayn Rand Institute, and he used to be the CEO of the Ayn Rand Institute. Taking guests? Yes, I'm taking guests, but I'm just easing my way into this. Let me look at the guest list and see who's requested so far. We got 4 people. And I am looking for people who, well, one thing I consider is what kind of following you have. Like if you have a huge number of followers, that gives me more of an incentive to take you as a guest, because that might help me get a larger audience. Or if you don't have a large following, but you contribute some gifts, you give me some money, then that would also incentivize me. So I'm trying to grow my show here and make money at it. And I want to have guests that help me do that. So one way to do that, to grow my show, is to have people who have large followings. And another way to do that is to make money at this. So you can send me gifts, and that will help me make this a self-sustaining venture. So you can incentivize me to take a given person's call. You can also contribute on somebody else's behalf. Like you can send me some gifts, or you can PayPal me and say, hey, debate this person. I'll give you $5, or I'll give you $10. You can also tag people. So if you know somebody who you think might be open to debating me or having a discussion, and you know somebody with a large following, you can tag that person, and maybe that person will come over. We've had that happen a few times, I think. Philosophy did a debate with me. K, somebody by the name of K. I think Ray had like 56,000 followers. I had a communist come on. Jaden came over last time. He had over 10,000. So you can tag people, and you could incentivize me in various ways. All right, let me take a look at these profiles of these two people who've requested. Sui and Corey's. Can you type something in the chat? Then I can easily click on your profile and take a look. When you just appear in the guest list, there's no 3 dots that appears next to your name. Oh, there they are. Okay. First, I'm going to go to Corey's. Okay. Not much on your profile. Let me look at the other one. Sui. Dialetheist. All right. Someone says, I forgot to add communism to bad. Well, you could consider that part of the leftism. You could put that under the leftism label. I would consider it bad. Do I have any mods here? If I'm going to take a call, I want to make sure I've got a mod here to keep an eye on the chat, because it's hard for me to do that when I'm on a call. I don't see any mods yet. Yeah, maybe I should just keep engaging with the chat myself, at least until I get a mod. I have 6 mods, but I don't know when they might show up. I guess I could tag them, but I'm not sure I want to do that. I think for the moment I'll just engage with chat. Another person asked, why capitalism? Because I think it's the system of freedom. That's why I put it in the good category. And we don't have capitalism today. On my understanding of capitalism, we are far from capitalism. Capitalism, as I understand it, is a system with no taxes and no regulation. But we have lots of taxes and lots of regulation. Lots of government programs like Social Security, Medicare, welfare, public education, public roads. None of that would exist under a capitalist system. Same with all the regulatory agencies, FDA, SEC, FAA, OSHA, EPA. None of that would exist. Someone says, I would love to talk to you about subjectivism. Oh, that's Corey. Okay. We could talk about that. I just want to wait for a mod to get here. I don't see any mods yet. Or somebody could volunteer to be a mod. I've had that happen before. But I would need to know you at least a little bit. My mods are people who I met through TikTok. I don't really know them outside of TikTok. But if I've seen your name around and I have at least a little idea of who you are, I would consider you. Oh, here's Eduardo. He's one of my mods. Hi, Eduardo. All right, so I don't know if you're willing to mod, Eduardo, but if you are, then I can take a call. Okay, he says he can mod for a little bit. All right, then I'll take a call. I'm going to take Corey's call. He said he wants to talk about subjectivism. Okay. Hello.
What's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Cool, cool. Yeah, I definitely want to talk about, I guess, atheism and subjectivism, because I think atheism can entail subjectivism in many ways. I was wondering what your thoughts are on that. And generally, I do think atheism is kind of foolish, so I'd like to talk about it.
Okay. Well, we can do that as long as we can keep it civil. So,
Sure, sure.
atheism, I support that because I don't think there is evidence for a God, and I'm not even convinced God is a coherent concept. So that's, in a nutshell, why I would be an atheist. Um,
So,
as
like, would you say all the proposed arguments for God you basically find to be fallacious or unconvincing?
Yeah, at least the ones I've encountered, I haven't found convincing.
Okay. Well, I think there are good arguments for God. I mean, you could take kind of a version of the Kalam argument. I don't know if you're familiar.
I can't tell you what that is. I've heard of it, and maybe if you tell me, I'll say, "Oh yeah, I've heard that one,"
Yeah.
but I just can't associate the
So
label.
the first premise is simply the law of cause and effect that everything that does begin to exist has a cause. The second premise is that the universe began to exist. And then the third premise is that the universe has a cause. And then just using some inductive reasoning, if the universe had a singularity beginning, such as time, space, and matter coming into existence from nothing, which is proposed by Big Bang cosmology, we can basically infer that the cause of time, space, and matter must be spaceless, timeless, and immaterial. So if you have a causal agent that's spaceless, timeless, and immaterial, that is a general definition of most theistic and deistic conceptions of God.
Okay, so one premise I would disagree with in that argument is that the universe began to exist. I don't think it
Okay.
did. I think of the universe, and I understand the universe to be everything. You could also use the term existence. I don't think existence started at a certain point. I think existence just exists, and it's eternal. It's out of time.
Okay.
The concept of time doesn't apply to it. That's how I think of it.
Well, the concept of time certainly applies to the universe, right?
No, I think it applies to things within the universe. Like this live stream I'm doing is an event within the universe. It is happening at a certain time, June 22nd, 2026. But if you're talking about the universe as a whole, I don't think there's a reference frame you can use to say, oh, well, the universe started on June 22nd. That doesn't make any sense. There would have to be some
Well,
external reference frame, and
well,
there isn't.
I'm not seeing an argument for why the universe couldn't have began to exist. However, if we are defining the universe as just time, space, and matter, it certainly is subject to time if we're defining time as measurement of change, and the universe is continually expanding. So yes, the universe as a whole is subject to time, and time did come into existence at the singularity beginning of the Big Bang.
Okay. Well, let's see, what was the first thing you said in your, there
Everything
was,
that begins to exist has a cause.
oh no, I mean like in your last segment, not your first premise here. Um, I could,
About subjectivism and atheism.
no, it wasn't that. Let me try to,
I don't know
well,
what you're talking about then,
okay.
sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure how to refer to it. So I don't think, well, you did say time is a measurement of change, and I think I might sign on to something like that. Um, Time is a measurement of motion. I don't know if that comes from Aristotle, but I think I might sign on to that. But here's another point. I don't think the Big Bang is the beginning of the universe, if it even happened. I think it's a scientific question as to whether there was a Big Bang.
Well, the Big Bang almost certainly did occur,
But
and
whether there
obviously we
was or
can't.
not, let me just finish the thought here.
You know,
Whether there was a Big Bang or not, I don't think that event, even if it did exist, was the beginning of the universe. I think that's, you could say that's the universe changed its form at that point,
okay,
but I don't think that was the beginning of the
okay. And
universe.
what's the evidence for that?
Well, I don't think something changing its form means that's when it started to exist. Just, I don't know, maybe by definition,
That doesn't
something.
really follow. I mean, things can change form and they're not beginning to exist. And even if, listen, I'm not a Big Bang cosmologist, you're not a Big Bang cosmologist, we could just take philosophical arguments against an actual infinity. Because if you propose that the universe is past time eternal, which is the only really other option from a singularity beginning, which we have mountains and mountains of evidence for, we can just say an actual infinite set of events, an infinite set of past days, an infinite set of anything is logically incoherent. It can't
Well,
exist in
I
the
don't
real
think the
world. It's only
universe is
conceptual.
infinite. I'm not arguing for it being infinite. I don't take that to be the same thing as saying it's eternal. Maybe
If
that's
you're
how you
saying the
might.
universe is eternal, are the number of events that have occurred in the past infinite or finite?
Well, I think it has to be finite just by the law of identity. So things have to have a specific nature. Like if I say I have something in my pocket, and you could ask, well, what do you have? Do you have a coin? Do you have a wallet? And I say, no, it's not a coin. It's not a wallet. Is it 3 inches long? No. Is it longer than 3 inches? No. Is it shorter than 3 inches? No. Well, what is it, right? It's got to have some characteristics, some in particular, right? I can't have.
I am not, I don't mean to be rude. I just don't understand how you get from the law of identity to there are a finite amount of events in the past. I agree there are a finite amount of events in the past, but if you take the universe to be eternal, then that doesn't really make any sense. I mean, the law of identity is just a thing is identical to itself. So that doesn't tell you anything about whether or not the past is infinite or finite.
Well, I think the connection is like if I tell you I'm thinking of a number, and you say, is it three? No. Is it 100 million? No. it has to have some value, right? An infinite is not a value. It's not a quantity. It's not a specific number. So to say there's an infinite number of events in the past is to say there's not really a specific number, but there is no such thing. It would be a number without any
Perfect. So then
identity.
you, I mean, you're making the argument for me, but then you're just stating without any justification the conclusion that the universe is eternal. I understand an infinite can't exist. I understand you can't traverse a negative infinity, but that's why that entails that the universe cannot be past eternal. There must have been some finite beginning.
Well, I don't think finite, or at least I'm not convinced finite implies a beginning.
Okay, so if there were a
If we're
finite
talking about
amount
the
of
number of
events in the
events,
past, does that mean that there was a first event?
um, sorry, ask that again, please. I didn't hear it. The
If
first
there are
part.
a finite number of events in the past, does that mean that there was a first event or a first cluster of events?
I guess so.
Okay. So that first event, there was nothing that occurred before that event?
There wasn't an event that occurred before that event, but there was something. I mean,
Okay.
so if you take an
Well, if
event
you
to
have
be
time,
a,
space, and matter, which and time and space are constantly changing, and you have a first event that includes time, space, and matter, then if there was no event before then there was no time, space, and matter. That's what I'm taking to be the singularity beginning, which is the consensus among Big Bang cosmologists.
so what if you take an event to be some kind of change, then that happens, maybe you could say at a certain time, but I don't think that means there was nothing before the events. Like if there was just this singularity, and then it explodes at some point, you could
Yep.
call that explosion an event. But that doesn't mean that's when the universe started, because the singularity was there before it exploded.
If we're defining the universe as time, space, and matter, then yeah, time, space, and matter did begin at the singularity. There was no time and space before the Big Bang singularity. And if there was no time and space, then there is no time because time measures the change of space and matter.
You
And
said
again, we
there's
don't even have to go into the cosmology of it because I think there's really good arguments against um, a past eternal time and an infinite number of events, which eternity would obviously imply. I mean, if you have an infinite set of CDs and you take out all the even numbered CDs, you would still have an infinite amount. Obviously, that can't exist. So when we're talking about infinity and things that are eternal, these are things that are only conceptual. They can never be actualized in reality. Therefore, the universe must have had a beginning.
okay. Um, I was a little distracted because I was thinking about where to go with this conversation. I'm not sure how long I want to debate this topic.
That's fine. I am curious about you being an atheist and a subjectivist, or no, against subjectivism. I think atheism in many ways entails a lot of moral subjectivity. So I was wondering what's your justification against subjectivism?
Well, there is, so if I guess you're talking about moral subjectivism,
Sure.
there's there's also metaphysical subjectivism and epistemological subjectivism, but it sounds like you're asking about moral or ethical subjectivism and why why I reject that. Um, I guess we should define it first. So if ethical subjectivism means, well, I guess you could put it as a denial of moral objectivism. So there is no objective good. And the good, maybe another way you could think of it is the good is whatever you feel like it is. Um, I would reject that. Maybe a way to at least partially indicate why is, um, I think the concept of good and bad is based on the experiences of pleasure and pain, at least initially. And we are born with a pleasure pain mechanism. It's not something we choose. Like when we're infants, certain things give us pleasure and certain things give us pain. Like drinking our mother's milk might give us pleasure, and if our mother drops us on the floor, that might cause us pain. And the infant did not choose this. It's just it's nature, and I think that's where we start to get a concept of good and bad is through these experiences of pleasure and pain, and because those experiences aren't a product of just some arbitrary choice, they're just given to us by nature. I think that can provide a foundation for saying that good and bad are objective and they're not
Okay.
just
Well, I
preferences.
guess I would want to clarify on the definition of moral subjectivism. I mean, do you just take it? I mean, you could, this is my definition of it. Do you think that like moral judgments are dependent on beliefs, preferences, and attitudes of a subject?
Are moral judgments dependent on beliefs, preferences, and attitudes of a subject? I would say in part, yes.
So then you're a moral subjectivist.
Well, that's not sufficient in my mind to make someone a moral subjectivist. So, I mean, I think there is a notion out there that of what objectivity means, which is mind independence. So that's not the sense in which I think of objectivity. There is one sense, but I don't think that's the only sense of objectivity, and I don't think it's the relevant sense in this context. So, if what you mean
I
by
mean,
subjective is
absent of any minds or subjects, are there any moral truths
absence of any minds,
or
like if there were no
subjects?
minds,
If
would
there's
there
no
be?
subject, then is there any? It can is there does moral truth do moral truths exist?
I don't think so. If what you mean is like a universe without any minds, would there be any moral truths in that universe? I don't think so. Like no
So
consciousness, no
it's
morals.
so morals are dependent on a subject.
Yeah, but that's the metaphysical sense of subjectivism. I don't think I think ethical subjectivism is different than that. I think there are different senses of subjectivism.
Well, I mean, I think you are a moral subjectivist. You're just putting forth some standards that you think are relatively good and saying that we can build it off these standards, but even you coming up with those standards are fairly arbitrary and subjective. And we could go with the pain pleasure mechanism that you talk about. I mean, that might be generally good on face value way of measuring it, but it's very obvious that there are plenty of things that cause pain that are actually good for you, and there's many things that feel good to you that are obviously very, very bad for you. So we obviously can't rely on pleasure and pain as any metric whatsoever when it comes to morality.
Well, we do need to take the long run into account. So I might get pleasure in the moment by eating a bunch of cake and ice cream and cookies, but then later I might get a stomach ache as a result of doing that, and that might cause a lot of pain. So it's true that just because you can't just pay attention to your immediate pleasure or pain, you also have to consider the long run consequences. But when you do that, I think it remains true that pleasure aligns with the good and pain with the bad if you're considering the net pain and pleasure, not just in the moments pain and pleasure.
Um, Potentially, but I still don't know how that would get you to any type of moral realism.
Well, that's another term like objectivism, which has, well, I think moral realism, the way that's used, often means moral objectivism in the sense of mind independence. But I reject that sense, right? That sense of objectivism, I think, is not relevant in this context. So there,
Okay, so wait, are you so you do you affirm moral realism that there are objective like moral facts and obligations that we ought to hold to?
not if they're mind independent. I think they're agent relative. So I think there are things one ought to do um, in order to achieve some goal, but there aren't. Well, maybe this
I
example
mean,
will
it's
be.
just I don't mean to be rude, but I just think you might be a moral subjectivist, but you just have some. some different parameters that you consider very strongly in your morality that you think everyone else should hold to, but I don't think you are a moral objectivist.
Okay, well, I think you're using the term objectivist and subjectivist here in a metaphysical sense, and
Okay.
there's a different sense which I think is relevant when it comes to morality. And maybe we're just talking past each other because we're using terms in different senses.
Sure, potentially. I am getting another call right now, so I'll let you take another guess. It was cool talking with you, but I'm unconvinced of the both contentions I came up with being wrong based on the conversation. So,
Okay. Thanks for the call.
all right, you have a good one.
You too. All right. What other sense? Agree on the words subjective and objective and move the conversation forward. Well, I was saying there are three senses at least, well, maybe two. And so there's a metaphysical sense of subjective and objective, and then there's an epistemological sense of subjective and objective. So the metaphysical sense has to do with whether something is mind independent or not. So if everything is just mind, a solipsism would be a kind of metaphysical subjectivism, where everything is mind. There's nothing mind independent of the minds. Sometimes it's called stance independence, I think, instead of mind independence. But that's the metaphysical sense. Now, the epistemological sense is different. I think that has to do with how you use your mind. So, for example, if someone says, let's say a 5-year-old says, Trump is bad. Now, is that an objective opinion, or is it objective or subjective? Well, I think it depends on how the child reached that conclusion. So if the child has reasons for thinking Trump is bad, like if the child says, well, he lies all the time and he doesn't believe in the rule of law, he thinks he's above the law, and he tried to steal an election based on these lies that the election was stolen from him, and he imposes he wants to silence his critics and threaten people who criticize him. So the child can give reasons for saying Trump is bad, some kind of evidence. I think you could say it's objective. But if the child can't do that, let's say you ask the child, why do you think Trump is bad? And he says, oh, I just heard my parents talking about Trump and I don't really understand what they were saying, but it seemed like they didn't like him and they thought he was, I was just getting these negative vibes whenever I hear my parents talking about Trump. I don't really understand any of it, but that's why I think it's bad. Well, then I think you could say it's a subjective opinion. Whereas if you can actually give reasons, he can articulate his reasons, then I think it's objective. So that's the epistemological sense of objective or subject. There's no such thing as a mind independent opinion, right? But it makes sense to say some things, some products of the mind are objective, some are subjective. Grading would be another example, like a teacher who's grading papers. You could say, oh, this was a objective grade. It was based on what was said in the paper. It wasn't just some feeling that the teacher has. If you think it was just based on a feeling, you would criticize the teacher and say, oh, her grading was subjective. Like maybe she just she has a bias in favor of a certain student because she thinks a certain student has a good personality, and the grade she gives that student on his papers has nothing to do with what the student has actually written. So you could say, oh, she's just subjective in the way she grades, whereas this other teacher bases her grades on the facts of what's in the paper, how clearly the student wrote the paper. but there's no mind independent grade, right? All grading is a result of using your mind, but you can use your mind in an objective way where it's based on logic and evidence and facts, or you could use your mind in a way that's not based on logic, evidence, and facts. You're just guided by some feeling or desire. So that's the epistemological sense of subjective or objective. Okay. Let me look at the callers. We got 3 people. Stevengaters. I saw you here before once. Coop says fellow PhD here. All right, let me take a look at some bios. Okay, don't see much on your page, Stephen. Coop says, just kidding, eye candy for you? Oh, so you're not actually a PhD? You just thought saying that was eye candy? Looks like some symbolic logic in your bio. Let's see, there's one other person, Jolly. He says, I'm a Phil nerd. Okay. Based on your username, I'm a bit suspicious. Your at, not the Jolly name, but the at name that appears next to it. Stevengaters. Let's see, what did he say? What kind of bio are you looking for? Well, one thing that interests me is if you have a lot of followers, because then I think you might have a large audience, which some of whom might come over here. I'm trying to get as many people as I can over here. So if someone has a large number of followers, I'm more likely to take them, other things being equal. Oh, somebody sent a rose. Thank you. That's another way you can incentivize me. If you send me a bunch of gifts, that'll increase the chances, because I want to make money at this. And of course, the amount of the gift makes a difference. Stephen Gator is sending a lot of roses. All right. I'm gonna take Steven's call. Thank you, Steven. Also, because he's tried before. Like and share the live, says Eduardo. Thanks. Yeah, that would help.
Hello?
Hello. So this is
Hello, can you hear
Steven.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, how's it going?
All right.
Cool. I want to talk about a couple subjects. A little bit about capitalism. May I ask if you know what double entry accounting is?
I forgot. I used to know. Double entry bookkeeping. I've heard of that.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
you can
think it's a
remind me.
sufficient condition to understand. Sure, I think it's a sufficient condition to understand modern day capitalism. You can argue capitalism existed thousands of years ago, but I think what we use today is, we have a lot of ledgers, and it's about how to track those ledgers. Have you heard of fund accounting?
Fund accounting. I don't think so.
Okay, so that's what the government uses. That's socialist accounting, just so you're aware. So the difference to the DMV and FedEx, even though they're kind of the same industry, is one uses fund accounting and one uses double entry accounting. But I'm just always intrigued, curious when people talk about capitalism, right wing or left wing, if they even know the accounting systems they're actually debating about. I'm pro-capitalist, but I was just curious if you knew what double entry accounting was.
I used to know.
But that's fine.
All right.
So I guess you could pick one. We could do Israel or abortion.
Israel or abortion. We could also do capitalism, at least briefly. I'll just say the way capitalism is used, I think, is often incorrect. Like, I don't take today's system in the U.S. to be capitalist. I don't know if you do, but if you if you think we have
Mostly.
capitalism today, I would say we don't understand the term in the same way.
I don't like the idea that the government spends 40 to 50% of everyone's income. I don't like that. I don't know if I'd be classified as an anarcho-capitalist, but I think everything could be decentralized.
Okay. Well, what are you most interested in talking about?
Either Israel or abortion, but I'll leave that to you.
Israel or abortion? Okay. Well, I guess we could ask the chat. Chat, do you have a preference on which topic we talk about? Someone says Israel. Someone says abortion. Oh, that's Jaden. I got another abortion. I got Israel. Israel. I wish I had an easy way to take a poll here. Is there a way to take a
Yeah.
poll? I know in YouTube you can do polls, and it's easy to tally
I
up
think there
the.
might be, but I'm not quite sure. I don't know if it's a poll, but I know there's some apps or something.
All right.
But I think it's looking like Israel because I'm seeing like
Yeah, I think there might be at least a slight weight towards Israel. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about Israel then, and maybe
I
if we
have two
have time,
contentions.
we could do the other. But
Sure.
yeah, go ahead.
I have two contentions. I don't think we should be giving them as much money as we do. And I just don't understand why Israel's controlling any resources for people outside of Israel.
Okay. So money, we give them too much, you think? And
Yeah, so they're the number one military aid in the last 25 years, $3 billion. Most of it, not all of it, but most of it's used in military contract, but still, it's still something financed by the taxpayer. And I'm just not seeing the benefit as an American taxpayer, why this benefits us. And also, Israel controls the flow of commerce, the flow of people, currency for another group of people without giving them any legal civil rights or any rights whatsoever. If they're not Israeli citizens, I don't understand why they're controlling if they have the ability to free trade. For reference, people in Cuba and North Korea have more free trade access than people of Gaza. Gaza can't trade with France if it wants to. Israel controls that. When Gaza did have a limited time of trading, Israel controlled that and taxed it with that representation.
okay. Well, on the on the first point about giving them too much money, I don't think we should be giving them any money necessarily, but I think we should at least be giving them moral supports, and I don't think we're doing that, at least not sufficiently. Like, I think we often urge Israel to engage in ceasefires instead of destroying its enemy. And I think that's bad. I think we should encourage Israel to fight on until it's secure and it doesn't have these terrorist groups like Hamas festering on its borders for years or decades. I think they should have been destroyed long ago, and the U.S. gets in the way of that. So I think if we showed them the right moral supports and just didn't put pressure on Israel to stop fighting, then I think that maybe they wouldn't need any money. They could just finish the job and be done with it.
So, do you think it's okay that they control the currency flow of commerce for people without giving them legal representation?
Okay, so
If
that's
somebody
the
in
second
Gaza
point.
wants to trade, yeah, if somebody in Gaza wants to trade with somebody in France, Israel controls water. They control all trade in and out of Gaza.
Okay, so this is
Why
on the
are they
second.
doing this for people that are not part of Israel?
Yeah, the second point. Well, I think part of what's going on there is, and I don't know all the details. You can check out Yaron Brook, who's also an objectivist, someone who knows a lot more about this than I do. He actually served in the
Yeah,
IDF.
I've watched a lot of his videos.
Okay,
Oh, he
yeah,
did. I didn't know that. That's not surprising.
yeah, and
But
I
I
think
do
he
watch
was
a lot of
in.
his videos. Yes, I know who you're
I
talking
think he
about.
was involved in the Lebanese War in 1982, around there. Um, so for anyone who doesn't know, Yaron Brook, he's another objectivist, uh, has a YouTube channel, and he's from Israel, and he's much more familiar than I am on Israeli politics. So you might want to check him out. But I think the reason there might be some restrictions on Gaza is because terrorist attacks emanate from there. And so Israel has to take some measures to protect itself from that. And, maybe
Yeah,
they're,
so
yes,
I
they
don't know
still
if you know
supply water
the
and like
history.
they've supplied
Well, they shouldn't have
electricity.
to
And,
supply water. They can allow other countries to supply them water. They can allow other countries, like they bombed an airport, they restrict the port. Like, again, North Korea and Cuba have more freedom of trade than Gaza. This is from 1967. This is not a couple years. Of course, when countries go to battle, sometimes one might occupy the other. But for reference, when we occupied Germany, we didn't limit Germans, West Germany, to trade with other countries. You know what I mean? Like even Cuba had nukes from the Soviet Union, and we don't even limit what Cuba can trade with. We have an embargo, but Cuba was free for decades and trade with Venezuela, Russia, China. They're free to trade rest of the world. Israel controls all trade in and out of Gaza. And why are they doing that for a group of people that are not Israeli citizens for decades? Not a couple years, decades.
well, maybe it's because I don't know that they are doing that exactly as you
They are
said.
doing that. You can look it up. You can look it up.
Okay, well, I had someone call into my live a few shows ago, and he told me something that was just not true. He said that Israel was bombing places where they told people to go in order to be safe from the bombs. And I said, "Can you give me a source?" And then he spent several minutes on the internet, and he eventually sent me something, and I looked into it, and it didn't say that at all. I think he was just bullshitting, and he said himself he was being bad faith, and he would send me a source later, and he never did. So I don't necessarily
Israel,
take claims at face value.
sure, but this is the claim. Israel controls all trade of people and goods in Gaza and the West Bank since 1967. They monitor all that. There's been times when they've been somewhat allowed to trade, but as you are with any country, you have an import and export system. So they even tax the people of Gaza. So they're doing government things without giving them legal citizenship. Like that just doesn't add up for somebody who's really capitalist. If you believe in free trade, Gaza should be able to trade with other countries. Like Israel controls the port, they control the skies. Israel has every right to control their border, of course, right? But you can't control the other side of the border. This is like, we don't even do this to Cuba, for reference. We don't even do this to Cuba. Cuba can trade with Russia, China, they can do so. Israel controls the trade and they collect tax from it from any trade that is allowed. Like,
Well,
how is
I think
that? How can you be capitalist and support that?
I think you are justified in controlling trade if they are trading with an enemy country like Iran. If Iran is trying to import weapons or give
You
them,
mean like Cuba trading with China? You mean like Cuba trading with Iran?
well, maybe we can get to that, but let me just finish up on this. So, Iran has proxy groups, including Hamas, and they help them, they fund them, and I think Hezbollah as well, and the Houthis. So if they're getting imports that enable people in Gaza to attack Israel, then I think you can keep an eye on that and do something to try to restrict the trade. And if Cuba is in a similar position, if they are getting weapons from Soviet Union that they might use to attack the U.S., I think it would be justified in the name of self-defense to restrict their trade.
This has been going on for decades. So are you just going to ignore that? Like there are people in the Knesset and Israelis who call Judea and Samaria like they're trying to take the land. eventually? Like, are you just going to ignore that or not acknowledge that? Like, they're building settlements in the West Bank. You're going to deny that?
Well, I think you might be moving to a different topic there. Do you acknowledge what I just said, though? Does it make sense to you that?
No. I don't think you can I don't think you control trade for decades. I think during wartime you can do certain things, but there's no other example in the last 50, 60 years when a country controls the trade, all trade of another entity without giving them rights. Like no country. Let me ask you this. Are you implying that the people in Gaza and West Bank are uniquely crazy, that it's the only time in the last 50 years this has occurred? Because we've had issues with Cuba. We've had issues with other countries. Countries have had issues with other countries, but never has a group of a country controlled the currency, the trade, and the tax for decades for another group of people.
I
From
don't think.
1967 to 1987, it was full
Yeah.
military occupation. They were in the military.
I don't think the length of time matters. I think what matters is, are they a threat? So if they're a threat for decades, I think
1967 to 1987 was full military occupation.
if they're a threat for decades, you can put restrictions on them for decades. I don't think that the length of time is relevant. It's, are they a threat?
And who's to decide the threat? That's my point. Because if you have Israelis claiming that this is all part of Israel, then that's a factor. Because when the part of Israel that they took in 48 controls resources between Gaza and the West Bank. They control water resources.
Well, do you agree that as long as a country is a threat, you can legitimately restrict its trade?
I don't think they're a threat. They deny Gaza becoming a country to the UN. How is that?
Gaza is a threat?
No, I don't. I think Israel has nukes. Israel has a big military. I don't think Gaza is a threat.
So what about Hamas on October 7th? Was that a threat?
Israel has killed far more civilians than Hamas has ever dreamed of. And Hamas only existed from 1987. Israel has been killing with impunity in Gaza and the West Bank since 1967.
Is Hamas a threat?
Not as big as a threat as the IDF to Gaza or the West Bank.
Well, maybe we can talk about relatively who's a bigger threat, but is it a threat at least?
How can they be a threat? They don't even have their own goods. So you're trying to imply that a country, are they a country? Let me just ask that. Is it part of Israel? Are they a country, yes or no?
No. I'm not done yet. I'm questioning right now. Is Hamas a threat?
No, I don't think Hamas is nearly as a threat as the IDF is. I think Hamas is responding.
That wasn't the question. Are they as a threat, as much of a threat as IDF is? My question is just, are they a threat?
Define threat. Who's the head of Hamas?
I don't have any special definition of threat. It's just the ordinary understanding of the term.
Are they a terrorist group? Yes, they're a terrorist group. Sure.
So are they a threat?
They can be a threat, but I think Israel is the big. It sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. Hamas is not just fighting terrorism; they do other things. I believe they were like the government elected or something like that.
Okay. Well, it doesn't seem like there's not a straightforward yes to this so far, which I guess I disagree
but
with.
let's assume they are. How do you explain 1967 to 1987 before Hamas existed? Let's just assume you're right. Hamas is such a threat that they need to occupy them and bomb them and kill them. How do you explain 1967 to 1987 for 20 years before Hamas existed that they control the trade, currency, flow of goods, and people for another group of people without their consent?
Okay, I'm not sure I want to shift off this yet and just assume. Let's assume they're a threat. Why do we have to just assume it? Why can't we just assert it? What's stopping that?
And do you think the IDF's a threat? Do you think the IDF's a threat?
Yeah, a legitimate one though.
You're changing subjects. I'm asking, why is a group of people controlling the flow of commerce and trade for other people for decades? How is that justified as a capitalist? You believe in free trade. This is free trade. Why shouldn't Gaza have the freedom to trade with other countries for decades.
Okay, I think I haven't got like a straightforward yes yet on the they are a threat. There's only let's assume they're a threat, and I'm not sure I want to move off that
You
point.
said
So,
Hamas.
but
That wouldn't
if you
explain
wanna
'67 to
go to some
'87.
other topic, then I think maybe I should just go to another guest because I don't think I want to move off that
No,
point
you're a bad fit.
if you're not willing to agree on that one. Did you hang up or mute yourself? Maybe he left. I don't hear him anymore. I guess he left. Why do I still see the square icon in the bottom left, the bottom right though? Maybe it's just a placeholder. Okay. So I didn't want to move off the point that Hamas is a threat. It seemed like he only wanted to concede that for the sake of argument. Like if they were a threat, then such and such, does such and such follow. But I don't want to. I want to get an actual answer. I don't want to just assume it for the sake of argument. I think it's pretty clear that they're a threat to Israel, and we saw some evidence of that on October 7th. And also, that's not the only time, but that's the most recent dramatic example. So, yeah, I guess if we can't even agree on that, then I don't want to move on to some other topic yet, because I think that's a pretty basic point of disagreement. All right, let me see what else we have here. Dan likes to live in a black and white yes or no world. Well, some things are black and white. Some things are yes and no. Like, does 1 + 1 = 2? Is that black and white? Is Hamas a threat? I think it's pretty black and white. If you think it's not, I guess I don't hear the reason. I don't hear the reasoning. All right, so threat to who? Threat to Israel. Gavin Robinson says, I do think they're a threat. A is A. All right, so right now I've got one person in the guest list. Feel like I need a little breather here. Let me take a look at my. Oh, okay, thanks for the follows. Got some new followers. Corny on the Bob. Let me click on your profile. Oh, okay. 2,080 followers. Also, you can tag people if you know someone who might be interested in talking. Oh, Dr. Galt is also now in the list. Can you type something in the chat, Dr. Galt, so I can click on your profile? I've seen your name before. Please accept me first, says Corny on the Bob. Okay, well, maybe I will, but first I want to look at Dr. Galt's profile. Oh, he's got over 8,000 followers. Free Market Manifesto. Okay. Well, I think I might actually take Dr. Galt first, because I do want to put some weight on the number of followers, and I don't know when people are going to be available. Maybe he has to go soon, so maybe it's better if I take him now. Also, his name is Dr. Galt, and maybe I don't know if that's named after John Galt, but that's interesting. John Galt is a character in Ayn Rand's novel Atlas Shrugged. Someone says Dr. Galt is cool. Given that I was first in line, well, being first in line doesn't necessarily mean it's not first come, first served. I have certain goals with the show. I want to maximize my audience, and I want to make money at this. So I don't only consider the order someone requested up. You can also send me gifts if you want to incentivize me. All right, I'm going to take Dr. Galt first, and maybe I can take Corny on the Bob after. But I'll have to see who else is requested up. Also, remember, you can tag other people. If there's someone you want to see me debate, someone who has a large following who will help me get some more viewers, you can tag them. All right, I'm going to take Dr. Galt now.
Oh. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, just doing a live stream. What's up?
Nothing. Very rare I see a Rand supporter, so I figured I'd come up. Dr. Galt is a play on John Galt, by the way. You nailed it. No, I just wanted to say I saw you live. If you ever need, I got a pretty decent following. So if you ever want, I could just come up. I can't right now, but because I'm cooking dinner. But in the future, I could always come up, mute up, and bring people into your live with my viewership and help support you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you have a way to tag your viewers now, but if you do,
I reposted it. Yeah, I reposted it a lot of people see me debate on this app though, and they'll follow me if they see me live. Mm-hmm. So in the future, I'd be more than happy to jump up on your panel and not even say anything and just chill out and bring in my following to support you.
Okay.
So I support anybody who supports Rand. So it's the correct position. So, and the only position.
I appreciate it.
I do have a question for you, though, at least get some content out of this. What is your take on Rand's position with Nietzsche?
Rand's position with Nietzsche? Well, she started out, I think she was a fan to some extent, and she actually considered, she really Thus Spake Zarathustra, one of his works. I think that was the one. And I think she was going to use quotes from Nietzsche in her novel The Fountainhead at the beginning of each of the 4 parts of the novel, but she ended up not doing that. I think because later she learned more about Nietzsche and decided actually his philosophy is very different from mine. I think she came to see him as emotional and subjectivist and irrationalist. I guess that's part of the German tradition and philosophy. I think there was a lot of irrationalism in 19th century German philosophy. So she came to see him as philosophically very different later on. And I haven't read much Nietzsche myself, but I can understand why she would have distanced herself from him after she learned that about him.
Yeah, I think Nietzsche's an interesting character, and I think if you follow that lineage, and I usually make this argument that socialism is really the doctrine to bring back the patriarch without using the argument of religion. So, I think after the Enlightenment period, a lot of people realized that the idea of collectivizing people through religion was sort of an unpopular position. So a lot of people started using what Marx wrote to sort of collectivize people into a society where you could subjugate people, not through a monarch, but through sort of an authoritarian government. And you could really subjugate people and women. And we saw this with Stalin, right? Stalin really subjugated women, probably worse than the patriarchy ever did. So, and I think Nietzsche is sort of the start of that when he said God is dead. I think he was recognizing that society was going to turn to nihilism potentially, and how the Enlightenment period really sort of made the argument that religion is the superior moral position, was sort of no longer a way to subjugate people. There's sort of a break from that. Does that make sense?
I followed that somewhat, at least. Yeah, I do think religion has been secularized in the modern world. Like, even a lot of people who are not nominally religious, like they wouldn't say I'm Catholic or Christian, but they still agree with the ethics of religion, like altruism, self-sacrifice. They think it's bad to be selfish or self-interested or egoistic. So I think a lot of people are heavily influenced by religion, even if they don't believe in a god. Um, and I guess Nietzsche, he rebelled against that altruist morality. I think he called it a slave morality, if I recall correctly. Um, a morality for the weak, and it's just like a rationalization of for weak people to get control is to say it's bad to be self-interested or strong or something. It's better to be humble and meek. And that's a point that I think Ayn Rand would agree with Nietzsche about, that altruism or self-sacrifice is a bad morality. So that is one point of contact between them. But I think there are deeper issues that they would disagree on. But I couldn't say much about that because I haven't read much Nietzsche.
Yeah, it almost felt like Rand took some of what Nietzsche wrote and sort of critiqued it and turned it into objectivism. But yeah, I agree. But yeah, hey man, just wanted to jump up. Like I said, I usually like to support fellow. When I find another Ayn Rand supporter, it's very rare. So wanted to jump up, say hello, introduce myself, and anytime I see you live, I'll come by and help support.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll be around town.
Okay. My audio sounded weird for a second there. I'm getting some kind of echo in my AirPod, but he's gone now. I see Corny on the Cob did some gifts. Thank you. All right, now I got one other person, Milo, in the list. Can you say something in the chat, Milo? So I can click on your profile. Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to take Corny on the Bob next. And thank you for the gifts, Corny on the Bob. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
All right. What's up?
I was really interested in your position regarding abortion. I am assuming you're a libertarian and clearly an objectivist, but there are a lot of different perspectives on abortion under that framework, so I'm curious exactly what yours is.
Okay. I am an objectivist, but not a libertarian. Libertarians are often anti-states, anti-government. They're anarchists, at least many of them, and I'm definitely not that. I think there should be a government and a state. It just should be limited in its role. So that's just a point on labels. As for abortion, I am in favor of it being legal. I don't think there should be legal barriers to getting an abortion. I don't believe a fetus has rights. I don't think it becomes a human being until it is born and it is separate from the mother. Before that, it's a part of the mother. It's not an entity in its own right. It's part of another entity. I've talked a lot about this in previous streams, but and we can talk about it some more today. But I don't think you have rights unless you are an individual, which means you're separate from. You're not growing on the inside of a person. You're physically separate. You're out in the world. You're on your own. And since a fetus or an embryo is not that, it's not an entity. It's, you could say it's a potential human being, but I don't think it's an actual human being until it's its own entity. And I think only actual human beings have rights. So I don't think it's a violation of rights to kill an entity, an embryo or a fetus through abortion.
I'm a little okay.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you. Your phone is breaking up. Thanks for the share. Somebody shared the live. Is it breaking up for other people too? You said 1 sec. Maybe he's going to try to change his setup.
Could you hear me now?
Oh yeah, that's much better. Someone says it's the guest.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a passenger in a vehicle, and we met in that area. That's my knowledge there.
Okay, it's a little bit. It started to break up a little, but let's.
Yeah, I'm
let's
confused about why the physical dependency matters. Because I'm confused why the physical dependency matters. I mean, obviously, newborns are not physically dependent as a fetus is, but they are still very dependent on a parent. So why exactly is that physical dependency relevant to you?
Well, I didn't say physical dependency. I said independence. I said separation, individuation. So it's not an entity. But maybe we could talk. Like, I do think the baby who has been born is independent in a metaphysical sense, and in contrast to the fetus in the womb. So there is a kind of, I mean, there's different senses of the term dependence, and I think the fetus in the womb is dependent in a sense that the born baby outside the womb is not. But there is a sense in which a newborn is dependent. There's also a sense in which, a 5-year-old is dependent, but I think it's a different sense of dependence. Maybe the more basic point is it's not an entity. The fetus is not an entity, whereas the newborn is.
Well, I don't know if being connected or being inside of another person doesn't qualify you from being an entity. Disqualifies you from being an entity. Like, think of, for example, conjoined twins, the Hensel twins.
Yeah.
Is this an entity? Is this two entities? How would you cash that out under your framework, right? I think intuitively these are two entities and they are conjoined, but that doesn't, separate them as much as the fact that there are two minds present, perhaps. I think that's what we're more likely to count entities based on.
Well, I think the case of conjoined twins is, maybe it's one of the yes and no cases. Like, in a sense, I think it is one entity. And in a sense, it's more than one entity. Maybe it's a borderline case, but because it's if they're joined, maybe there's two legs and two arms, just like most human beings, but there's two heads. Maybe there has to at least be two heads. But maybe they have two arms total, two legs total, and maybe they share one liver, or I don't know how it works. So there are senses in which you could say it's just one entity. I could pick up the conjoined twins as one thing, and maybe if I'm blind and I don't see them, and I just pick up, I'm saying I'm holding one person. I couldn't tell the difference between one person and more than one person. So I think that's kind of a unusual case, but I don't think the fetus in the womb is a borderline case like that. It's clearly entirely within another entity, and I can't just pick up the fetus as I can the conjoined twins who have been born. I can pick up the pregnant mother, but I can't just pick up the fetus while it's inside the womb. So I think it's from that perspective that it's not an entity in the way that the conjoined twins outside the womb are an entity.
Well, I guess the point I'm trying to really get at here is not, I think we might be talking past each other. I'm really more concerned with like moral weight and personhood and what your view is regarding personhood and when it begins, because I think there's problems with the view currently as you've announced it. Like I'm giving the Hensel twins as a sort of example of, you know, something that makes your position not seem too intuitive. Like if your position is that you have to be physically separate from another being to be an individual, we don't really know whether the Hensel twins are one individual morally or two. You know, if for example, they are killed, is that one count of murder or two counts of murder? That's what I'm getting at here. If a pregnant woman is killed, I think that's a double homicide. I'm just sort of confused on why you believe this and what do you think is the reason that we should believe that personhood begins at the point of birth.
Because I think that's when I think a human being is a type of individual, and the fetus is not yet an individual when it's in the womb. So if a human being is an individual, then a fetus doesn't meet that criterion. Now the Hensel twins, that's a kind of borderline case. It's not as clear cut as I think the fetus is. There, I think you could call them conjoined individuals. They have two heads, so they're, at least that part of them is separate, physically separate from each other. And if, I guess you could hold one responsible if the right twin controls the right arm and the left twin controls the left arm. I don't know if that's how it works, but if that's how it works, and then the one who controls the right arm does something like stab somebody with a knife, an innocent person, you could hold that twin responsible. And I don't know how you would punish her. Maybe you could, take away her iPhone or something. If she controls the iPhone in the right arm and the other one controls the iPhone in the left arm, you could take away the iPhone. It might sound like a silly example, but you could do something to penalize one without penalizing the other.
The pragmatics of the Hensel twins committing a crime or something, that's irrelevant really from what I'm trying to get at. I'm fine moving away from this example altogether, because when you're saying that like a fetus is not an individual, really you're just asserting your thesis. And what I'm trying to understand is the justification and sort of the reasoning that leads you to this thesis, because it's obviously the case that many people could believe a fetus is an individual. And you say they're not a human being, for example, you clearly don't mean in the sense that they're not a Homo sapien, because they are a Homo sapien organism that began to exist at the moment of conception. I mean, that is a fact. And if you are, for example, an animalist who believes that identity begins at the moment the organism begins, then that's you're counting the fetus as a individual under that system. So you have a different system, you have a different theory. I am concerned with why you believe this theory and why you believe we should begin to count people at the point of birth.
Okay. Well, I think I've said some things on that, but maybe we could dig into it more. But first, I'm curious if you come from a religious background at all.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm happy to talk about my position for a little while. I come from a religious background, but I'm no longer religious. I am an atheist, and I am also, I would say politically, I'm essentially a libertarian. And my position regarding abortion is that it comes down to two essential issues. It comes down to the one we're discussing currently, which is the personhood, the right status, the moral status. of the fetus, and the second issue is the obligations of the pregnant woman. In my position, I take on the second issue more, where I would just say, regardless of whether the fetus has rights, I wouldn't say the woman has any obligation to keep it in her body. There doesn't seem to be a case that we're ever obligated to give our body to another person, even if they have rights. When are we obligated to give our body or our bodily fluids, any resource of our body, to another person, right? Except under a contract, for example. I don't see any reason. So I think there's no really strong argument for that sort of obligation in the case of pregnancy. And if there's not an obligation, then it would follow that she has an entitlement to an abortion. That's my position.
Okay. I mainly just wanted to see if your view is based on religion, but it sounds like it's not, because you said you're an atheist. So
I am an atheist.
Okay. All right, then I guess we can come back to the previous topic.
Okay.
I would have gone down a different line if you were open to it, if you said you were religious, but we can come back to the issue of why do I think one of the last things you said before was, or you asked, why do I think personhood begins at birth, and you mentioned Homo sapiens being
Yes.
Homo sapiens from the moment of conception.
Well, yeah. So when you said earlier that the fetus wasn't a human being, and I understand what you're trying to say, but when we understand the word human being in the general sense to mean like an organism of the species Homo sapien, the fetus is biologically a human being. It is a human being under that definition. So I think what you more likely mean to say is that it's not a moral person, or the fetus lacks personhood. It doesn't qualify for moral consideration. In other words, is that accurate?
I'm not sure it is. Like if a human, I mean, if a Homo sapien is just a scientific term for human being, so it's basically just a synonym, I would say no. It's potentially a member of the Homo sapiens species, but it's not actually yet a member of that species until it is an individual. So it's not part of the species of frog, or whatever the scientific term for that is. That's not the kind of species it will become a member of once it's born. It's it will become a member of the Homo sapiens species. But that doesn't mean it's an actual member, as opposed to a potential member from the moment of conception.
Well, that's not really how we understand those things biologically. So an organism begins to exist, a mammal especially, begins to exist at conception. So under the biological understanding of what an organism is, at conception, when the gamete cells create the zygote, that is the beginning of the human organism. So if you're not saying it's a human individual, what is this organism? What species does this organism belong to? Does it not have a species? I mean, that's not how we classically understand those things. It is a human fetus. It is a human organism in the fetal stage. I mean, it
is a human fetus. It is a human fetus. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean it's a human. Human can be used in a noun sense, and it can also be used in an adjective sense. Like if you find a human hair on a table, that doesn't mean it's a human in the noun sense. It has something to do with humans, but you're just using human in an adjective sense. And I think that's how I think of it when you say it's a human fetus.
No, like when I say human being, I mean an organism, a living organism of the human species. So like a cow is an organism of whatever the cow species is, right? I don't know the scientific full name like I do for Homo sapien. But that's what we normally mean to say, I think someone is a human being, or someone is a human in the proper noun sense. It's just that they are an organism of the human.
Well, I
Are you
don't know that that
disagreeing
is.
with that?
I'm questioning whether it should be considered an organism when it's not an individual yet, when it's a part of another individual. I mean, I think it'll become an organism, at least by the time it's born and separate, but I don't know that it would be right to call it an organism when it's still developing in the womb.
Well, I understand, but I mean, and I'm not blaming you for this. I mean, this is just not how these things are understood. Like an organism is just a specific definition, and I'm happy to look these up. I mean, I can't right now. I'm on my only device is my phone that I'm talking to you on. But if you want to look these terms up, organism, human being, these mean strict things in these sciences, especially in biology and in biology and broadly in science, we agree that a human organism begins to exist at conception. So, these traits like dependency and its connection to the mother, they're not really relevant.
You're breaking up. Well, I can respond.
I'm finished.
Oh, okay. I did look up organism, and the first thing that popped up on Google was an organism is any individual living thing. So if you focus in on that word individual, you might say, well, the fetus doesn't qualify. It's not an individual yet because it's still attached to the inside of a woman.
Well, maybe you could look up, is
my
a fetus an
phone
organism?
is, ringing. I got to turn off my alarm.
That's okay.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, maybe it would be more helpful to look up, is the fetus or is the embryo an organism? Because classically, the consensus
Okay, it's breaking up again. Yeah, I mean, I could look that up, but I think the definitions here. Here's one from Merriam-Webster: an individual constituted to carry on the activities of life. So, is it a individual yet, or is it a part of an individual when it's a fetus in the womb? I don't think it's obvious.
Okay. Well, I think we're having more of a semantical issue here at the end of the day. I guess it would be more important to ask if you care about the scientific consensus in biology as to whether a fetus is a human organism. Because, like I said, that is absolutely the consensus. But if you disagree with the consensus,
no, I don't grant that it is the consensus.
Yeah. Well, I could give you sources for that, and not too long of a time here. But like I said, this debate is, more, I think.
Okay, you're breaking up again. So I'll say I don't think it's a scientific issue. I think this is a philosophical issue. So I don't think a scientific consensus is really relevant in this case. But if you want to send me some sources, you can do that. And I'll look at them. But I think maybe I should take another call because, at least partly because your phone keeps breaking up.
Well, I have more.
It's breaking up again.
Can you hear me okay now?
Well, I can. I just heard that sentence. I don't know if I'll hear the next one.
Yeah. I guess I'll just try to ask this question. Hopefully it won't be breaking up.
Okay.
If a child is being born, yet they are still connected by the umbilical cord, are they a person yet? Are they an individual yet to you?
Okay, I'll answer that, and then let's end the call because it was breaking up again, and I got some other people on the guest list. But let's just end on this one. So if the child is born and is still connected by the umbilical cord, Is it a human being? I think that's a borderline case. This is something I've discussed before. Um, I know one objectivist philosopher who says, well, it's not until the umbilical cord is cut that it's fully separate and is its own entity and has rights. And I don't know that he was put a lot of weight on that, but he at least entertained that position, and I would entertain that position. But where exactly do we draw the line? Is it when it starts crowning and you could start to see the head coming out, or is it when it's like halfway out? Exactly where do you draw the line? I don't really have a strong view on that. I don't think it's too important either. Where exactly you draw the line, I think what's clear is that it's not an entity when it is fully inside the womb. So whether it's a zygote or a blastocyst or an embryo or a fetus at 8 months and 3 weeks, if it's fully encased in the womb, it's not an entity and therefore not an individual and not yet a human being in the noun sense. So I'm sure you have more to say, but looks like you might have disconnected and I was going to go to another call anyways. But thanks for your call. I do appreciate it. And let me take a short break to get a load of laundry out of the dryer. And I'll be back in just a minute or so. Okay. Okay, I am back. All right. Let me take a little breather here. Check out the chat. Still got my mod, Eduardo, here. Thanks, Eduardo. Experience is not proof of God, says Jin. I think the background shows up better on my screen today. See, last time I think some of the words were cut off at the top, but I think this time I got it all to fit. Hello, Dan, says Decoder. Hello. All right. Thanks for the gifts, follows, and the likes. Nice. Trying to grow this. I wonder, maybe I should go on Facebook and X, announce that I'm doing a live stream on TikTok. All right, now I got 4 people on the request list. Gin, Badgers, DACAmericano, and somebody else with a statue picture. All right, let me click on some of these people's profiles. I'm looking at Jin's. Okay, 5,300 followers. That's pretty big. Relative to me, at least. I just started, so I think I've got 200 something right now. All right, let me look at somebody else's. Badgers. Oh, there's Americano first. Oh, he says, I'd like to discuss morality. I also admire Rand. Oh, okay. Oh, Mexican poli-sci conservative commentator. Okay. Let's see. I had one video go viral, says Jen. 1,600 followers are from that. Don't count them. What do you want to talk about, Jen? Do you have can you let me know what your topic is? Or topics, plural? Rand? You want to talk about Rand? Okay. All right, Blister. I might have to block you if you're going to be rude. Take another guess first, says Jen. All right, well, let me look at Badgers. Have you typed something in the chat? I'd like to discuss anarchy and the role of the state. All right, let me check out your profile. Anarchy and the role of the states. Okay, and then this other person with the stone statue. Can you type something in the chat? There we go. Okay. Now I can click on yours. Well, that's an interesting tagline you got there. And what do you want to talk about? Okay, well, right now, I think... oh, Israel? Okay. I already did one on Israel. Maybe we can do another one, but I think first I'm going to take DACAmericano. All right. And then maybe after that, Jen, if she's still here. But it also depends on who else has requested in the meantime. But right now, DACAmericano. Okay.
Good afternoon, Dan. How are you?
All right. How are you?
Doing well. So we're mostly aligned based on the prompt, except for religion. That's something that I'm kind of in the fence when it comes to Rand, but I do admire most of her philosophy, especially with the advent of postmodernism being all over the place. What I wanted to talk to you about regarding morality specifically, and maybe you can help me out since I'm still studying Rand, does she lay out a blueprint for moral redemption? Because from what I understand, her morality is very objective, and it's kind of set in stone that one of my favorite quotes of her is, there are no final condemnations, only final evasions. When someone commits a moral transgression that they know to be wrong and they've wronged someone, does her philosophy account for human error? And is there a pathway for that person to be able to redeem themselves?
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't recognize that quote. You said there are no final somethings. There's only final evasions, or no final condemnations. There's only final evasions.
No final. I forget the word. There are no final condemnations, only final evasions. Like, she was talking about moral evasion and how the objectivism doesn't condemn people, but if you're so morally bankrupt that you're lying to yourself, then yes, you don't exist as a reasonable person, and therefore you're kind of just morally bankrupt.
Okay. Well, I doubt that's a quote. I don't recognize that, but maybe there's something in the ballpark of that. I'm not sure, but anyway, we can talk about the issue. There are some things that are unforgivable, like murder. I think is just so heinous a crime that the person doesn't deserve to live after they've done something like that.
Right.
Other wrongdoings are you can recover from them. So if they're much more minor, like if you lie or you steal a candy bar, I don't think that dooms you for life, and you can never reshape yourself into a better person. So as to whether you can get what you call redemption in your own eyes and or in the eyes of other people, I think it should depend partly on what you've done and how serious it is.
And the willingness of the aggrieved party to accept your apology and to forgive, because it should be voluntary. So
that might vary. There's an issue of like whether you have reformed in your own mind, and then whether you've reformed yourself in the eyes of somebody else, whether that's someone you victimized or maybe someone else who just knows you, but like your friend or family member who knows you did this thing. And right. And it might vary from person to person. Like maybe one of your friends will forgive you for something, but another one will decide, no, I don't forgive you. And maybe some victims will forgive you, whereas if you did the same crime to somebody else, maybe the victim would forgive you. So it might vary from person to person. And some people might be rational and others might be irrational. Like Erika Kirk, famously, she forgave Charlie Kirk's murder. And she's, I forgive you. I think that's very bad to do. And
yes,
she's Christian, right? She's Christian, and I
because
can see
of being the better person and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it is a better person who would forgive a murderer.
Right.
I think it's
the
bad
social expectation and the Christian expectation of turn the other cheek, and that.
Yeah. So if you're a Christian, you might look upon that and say, oh, she's doing a good thing, but I have a very different moral view, and I evaluate that very negatively. Right. I think that's a bad thing to do. But anyway, let me just pause there.
Sure. The second and last point I want to bring up, and our disagreement. Do you follow Jordan Peterson at all? Have you listened to his lectures or?
A little bit. I don't watch much of his content, but I've seen a little of it.
Okay. So one thing I strongly resonate with him and some of Carl Jung's philosophy and observations is that humans have an inherent need to worship. I can see the Randian view that religion is problematic because of the mysticism and the blind faith arising out of that. But I do resonate with Peterson, and that's sort of where I'm on the fence with this, is that in lieu of something, people will tend to worship placeholders like an individual with the Kool-Aid person that I forget, Jim Jones, I think, and the state. Like, it's just bound to happen. So the way I view religion is that it serves a narrative purpose, and that there are narrative lessons to learn from the Bible, and there are very useful frameworks. I don't necessarily adopt it as fact because I don't believe in mysticism, but I do think it has utility as far as a very good story that should be learned and studied as part of anthropology, not necessarily to derive a sense of moral structure from it or to leave your faith and your intuition to some supreme being. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Okay. Well, I think there are a lot of bad lessons in the Bible, even if you take away the factual question whether they actually happened. But for example, Abraham being willing to sacrifice his son Isaac, I think that's bad. And I guess this is supposed to show that Abraham is good. He's willing to obey God, even though he doesn't understand why he's being asked to sacrifice his son. He does it nonetheless. But I think that's very bad. I don't think you should just blindly do something which you don't understand. I think that illustrates a bad way to behave. So that's something from the Old Testaments, but to take something from the New Testaments, Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, I think there's lots of bad advice there, including love your enemy. I think that's terrible. And maybe some of what gave rise to Erika Kirk forgiving her husband's killer. So
Yeah.
I don't think the Bible is good for moral advice generally. There might be a few small things that I would agree with, but at least, but there are many major things I would disagree with.
Right. Well, that's all I had. I'm mostly in line. I'm very glad that I met another objectivist there in low stock nowadays. It's just, it's a breath of fresh air to see that people are returning to an objectivist view in lieu of so many subjective interpretations of morality, gender, all of that stuff. It's sort of become, it's a choose your own adventure, and you get to decide what things mean. So I'm very glad that you're doing this, sir.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Looks like there's some misinformation about Ayn Rand in the chat. Ayn Rand died dependent on Medicaid. No, she didn't. I don't have any evidence of that. She did take Social Security, but she was forced to pay into the system. So there's nothing hypocritical about that. She didn't advocate against taking Social Security if you're forced to pay into it. She advocated against there being a system of force in the first place. And she left $500,000 to her heir. So She died wealthy. And you keep saying that too. You said that like 3 times in the chat. Someone says $500,000 is not a lot of money. Well, that was in 1982 dollars. Now that much would be, I think I looked it up once, and in today's money it was like 1.3 million or 1.5 million or something. I forget exactly, but anyways, I don't think it really matters. Some people, they say she died broke and on welfare, and that's just false. And I think they're just trying to smear her. You have to use censored speech or the live gets flagged. Say unalived instead of death. Yeah, I know some people do that. Like they'll say schmurder or AB instead of abortion. I don't know how sensitive TikTok is to that. I did get a flag for hate speech a few lives ago, but I don't think it's because of something I said. I think it was before I even had any guests on, and I don't think I said any controversial things. But I assume it's because of something someone said in the chat. But I should look into that and get a better sense of how sensitive TikTok is to, like, I'm going to Google right now, can I say, or should I say the word DACAmericano said I should say instead of the other word he said I shouldn't say? I'm going to type that into Google. Well, I'm going to do a variation of it. AI overview. Well, so far it doesn't say I should do that. It just says some creators do that. They use these euphemisms. All right. Well, maybe I'll look into that some more later. But thanks for the suggestion. What do you think about Divinityy, the objectivist on here? Anything you disagree with him on? Is he the objectivist on TikTok? The one and only? Or the biggest? I've had a couple conversations with him on my YouTube channel. I don't know if I want to give you an evaluation. I guess we have a different style of debating, and that's one different. That's not a philosophical difference. That's more a difference in style, you might call it. But I'm not aware of a. Well, let's see. I think I did hear him have a conversation about abortion once recently, and I think it sounded like he might draw the line at sentience. So we might have different views on abortion. Like I think abortion should be legal up to the moment of birth, but maybe he would draw the line at sentience. So if the fetus starts to have brain waves at a certain number of weeks while it's still in the womb, maybe he would draw the line there and say it shouldn't be aborted past that point. So maybe that's a difference, but I'm not sure. I've only heard him talk a little bit about that. Other than that, I'm not sure if we have any differences philosophically. Now that maybe, is that a philosophical difference or an applied philosophy difference? I'm not sure exactly how to categorize that, but I think it was Ayn Rand's view that abortion should be legal up to the moment of birth. I don't think she held a sentience view, like where that should be the line at which abortion is illegal. Past that, but whether she believed that or not, I think that's a different issue from whether it's a philosophical issue or a applied philosophical issue. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not aware of like a core philosophical issue that I differ from Divinityy or Rand on. I see abortion as more of an applied philosophy issue, and maybe we have a difference on that. Oh, is Jen here? I was going to take Jen's call. I just saw something in the chat. Oh, she's no longer in the request list. Oh, she's still making rinsing noise. She's making some rice. Okay, she's in the kitchen. Okay. Badger says, can I come up now? All right. I'll take a call from Badger. He's the only one right now on the list.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so I'm here to discuss with you. Why would you say that the state, whenever you see more someone on the state, you mean in a like classical liberal conception of the state or a minarchist conception of the state?
I support limited government, where the only
Yeah.
role of government is to protect people from force. So police protect you from domestic criminals, military protects you from foreign threats, and then there's a court system to peacefully settle disputes among people so they don't have to resort to force. But those are basically the only three proper functions of government, on my view: police,
Okay,
military, and courts.
So minarchy. Okay.
I don't call it minarchy, but I know a lot of people call it that. I have reasons for not calling it that, which I can explain if you want, but I would just call it limited government.
Totally fine. Totally fine. Because it's just a distinct between like the classical liberal conception of the limited state, But I would ask you, why would you say anarchy would fail?
I don't think it would protect people's freedom if there is anarchy. So if there's no governments, I'm concerned it would just maybe be an oscillation between gang warfare and dictatorship. When one of the gangs gets so powerful, it can gain control over the others, and then maybe one gang will rise up and assassinate the leaders of the one that takes control, and then it'll devolve back into gang warfare. But that's what I'm concerned it would be if we didn't have a government. I don't think there would be rule of law, and I think people's freedom would get violated a lot, much more than if we did have a government with a monopoly on the use of force.
Yeah, what I would say, see, like gang warfare, warlord states, all of these, they are pretty much like the ultimate conception of the state. Right? And under anarchy is not necessarily no government. What anarchy is the lack of coercive or centralized governance. In fact, like Hensel and Hop, and even a lot of anarchist philosophers have pointed to the Holy Roman Empire being a example of a pseudo-anarchist experiment, because of its highly decentralized politics. Right? Anarchy is not necessarily the lack of that. It's just the lack of a coercive or central force that dominates all of life.
Well, I think there would be lots of coercion under a system of anarchy. There might not be one central coercive institution, but I think if not, then I'm concerned there would just be many smaller instances of coercion. Lots of bandits running around, or gangs, warlords. So still lots of coercion.
I would argue though that the private sector would be much better at defense production than say the state. Think, say, if there's like an invasion, then Company A can protect the ports, Company B can protect the city, et cetera, right? And that would be much better than a state or a centralized power that utilizes force doing that. And again, anarchy is necessarily just very small patchwork of various communities, not like just total chaos and disorder. And these communities, they would still have law, and they would still have like law enforcement. Just these laws would be voluntarily agreed upon in the same way that you agree to use a term, in the same way you agree to a terms of service.
Okay. I'm not sure what the best way to go about this conversation is. Sometimes I like to talk about island scenarios. One person on an island, and then two people on an island, and build up to a state or something else, but just start with a very simple case. And sometimes I find that that's a useful thing to do for figuring out what makes sense when it comes to forming a society. I don't know if we should do that.
I mean, whatever way you want to approach my argument is fine.
Okay. We could also touch on ethics at least a little bit, because I think politics is downstream from ethics.
Yeah.
Are you? I'm an egoist ethically. What about you? Do you have a view?
I don't necessarily want to take the side of egoism, nor really altruism. I would say I do support altruism and all of these things, but not by the force of one's like by force, like through taxation of the rich or whatever. Right. Personally, I don't have a necessarily view. I just think as long as it's voluntary, then it's fine. As long as there's no force involved, it's fine.
Okay, so you take this,
But my
as
view on morality, because like ethically, I would say anything goes as long as it's not violent. But as I would say morally, I'm an altruist.
Okay. I'm writing this down, taking some notes here. So morally, you're an altruist.
Yes, but ethically, I'm a voluntarist.
Okay. Well, I don't see a difference between morally and ethically. I think there's a subtle distinction between those terms, but
Well,
at least
ethical means like I would say that ethical means like how one should apply to the rest of the population, right? Or how you are to achieve morality. And I would say to achieve altruism would be much more to go through voluntarism than to go through a state of like coercion or taxation.
Okay. So ethically, you said it's how you are to other people. I think ethically,
Yeah,
ethics
it's how you are.
is how you should live your own life, whether or not other people are around. So I don't see
Well,
ethics as fundamentally social. I think it has
well, what I mean by
implications.
that, what I mean is like how you are to like how you are to order like not only since I don't really know how to word it. God, right. So my ethics, I would say, is the application of morals to a large scale, or like force, like you could live your life by a various set of ethics. I agree, but ethics could be much different. I don't, man, this is really hard to word. I am sorry. But yeah,
Oh, no
ethics
worries.
say yeah, ethics is how you should approach things. And why you should approach them, and morality is what you are what you are to achieve, or well, more specifically, morality is what you are ought to do, and ethics is how you should achieve that ought.
Okay. I'm thinking maybe I should try to draw the connection more clearly between this topic of ethics and politics, because we got into the ethics, but we started with the politics. And I did say I think politics is downstream from ethics, um, but I don't want to just jump into ethics without motivating it. I think if we're not on the same page about ethics, we're likely going to have different views on politics. So I think we would need to resolve differences on ethics or morality. I use the terms interchangeably, at least in this context.
Yeah, it's fine.
We would have to be on the same page about ethics before we're going to agree on politics. Let me also make this point. There's something called I'm sure you've heard this, the non-aggression principle or the
Yes, the NAP.
non-aggression axiom. Yeah, the NAP. And I think if it's called an axiom, I definitely would not agree to that terminology, because I don't think it's a starting point. I don't think an axiom is a primary
Yeah, yeah.
piece of knowledge, like something
A starting
exists.
point, and if it's true, then all other things following it can begin.
It's it's uh it's a starting point in knowledge, like the foundation. And I don't think of the NAP as that. So I would rather call it the NAP than the NAA. So the non-aggression
Yeah,
principle
I
rather than
don't.
the non-aggression axiom, because it's not
I've
fundamental.
never I've never heard anyone refer to it as an axiom. I've only heard people refer to it as the NAP. So
Okay, yeah, I think more often it is referred to that way,
yeah,
but I think I have heard it called the non-aggression axiom. I'm
I think it's just because like NAP is way better to say than NAA. But you know,
you can say nap instead of nah. But
yeah,
anyways, we for this conversation, we can call it the NAP. Rand didn't use that term. She did talk about the non-initiation of force, and but I don't think we need to get into that, like whether it should be called the NAP or the
yeah.
non-initiation of
It's
force principle, NIOP.
it's just kind of that's just kind of semantics. So I don't think it matters that
Well,
much.
there might be more than just a semantic difference there. I did read an article by an objectivist philosopher explaining why he thinks it's better to call it the non-initiation of force principle rather than the non-aggression principle, but I don't recall what his reasoning was. So
Oh,
for this conversation, I'm fine with calling it NAP, non-aggression
yeah,
principle. So I guess one
yeah,
thing
sure.
we could explore is, where does that principle come from? So if it's not an axiom, if it's not just a primary starting point, it has to come from somewhere. So where does it come
Hmm.
from? Where do we get this principle? And now I don't know that there is a basis for it if you're an altruist. You said morally you're an altruist, but if what that means is you have to live, you should live for other people, then, well, what if well, here's a question: is it selfish or self-interested for you to insist on not being forced, for you to insist on your freedom and say, don't aggress against me, don't initiate force against me? Would the truly altruistic person say, I'm giving up my freedom, I'm just I'm a slave for other people, they can do whatever they want with me? So there's a question: is altruism actually consistent with insisting on being free from coercion? I'll pause.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not when I say altruism, I use the term lightly, because I need to explore further philosophies between altruism and egoism. As I was an altruist in the past, and I would say I lean more towards altruism. I just than egoism. It's just that I wouldn't say I'm an altruist anymore. I just don't really know what other term to use other than altruism. Right? So that's why I would say I'm an altruist, not because I really am, just because I'm more so caught up on any other philosophy between egoism and altruism.
You're not caught up on any philosophy between
No,
egoism?
but between them, there probably is something else. I just think more so my morality might be more so just voluntarism, as I don't think that anyone should act within their self-interest, but I don't think anyone should be forced to live for other people. I just think that people should decide how to live their life as long as it is not initiated by force.
Okay. Well, why? Is that selfish of you to think that you shouldn't be forced by other people?
Um,
Is it
well, what's your
egoistic? Or is it in your
hmm,
self-interest to not be
well,
forced?
good question. It is within your self-interest, I would say, probably. Um, more so, huh. That's actually a good question there. Give me a moment to think of something to respond to that with.
Sure.
Um, so if it's so selfish to insist upon to not be forced upon, I'd say it's not selfish, no. Um, to say you don't want to be forced to do something, because of the fact that, hmm, I'll be honest, I can see here. I don't really got much of a response to that.
Okay. Let me
Yeah,
just.
good talk though.
What was that?
Good debate though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've enjoyed it. Did you want to stay on, or do you have any more to say, or are you done?
Sorry, what was that?
Hold on. Let me just look at the chat for a minute. It looks like Eduardo, my mod, had to leave, so I don't think I have any mods at the moment. And maybe I should try to get a mod before I continue, because it's hard for me to look at the chat while I'm taking calls. Um, let's see, who else do we have? And doesn't look like there's anyone else in the request list at the moment. Does anyone else want to volunteer to be a mod? It's going pretty. It's not going super fast in the chat. Maybe I can keep an eye on it. The more chats there are, the harder it is for me to mod it. All right, Jen says I can. Um, I don't know you at all, Jen. Can you tell me some about you? I don't remember what you said before. You said you wanted to talk about Rand. Can you tell me something about your views as they relate to the views on my background here? I guess if someone seems like they are generally sympathetic to a lot of my views, then I'm more likely to take them as a mod than if it seems like they disagree on everything. The only thing on your good side I would argue against is capitalism and Rand. Well, that's a lot. Pretty much everything up there is influenced by Rand, so if you disagree with Rand's, then if you would argue against Rand, then maybe that's a way of saying that you basically disagree with me on everything. All right, well, maybe I should look for a different person for a mod. Oh, now somebody else has requested up.
All right, I'll go though. Nice talk.
Okay. All right. Thanks for your call. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. See ya.
Bye. What do you want out of a mod? I want someone who will stop people from saying things that might get my stream flagged, for one thing. My stream got flagged once for hate speech, and I think it must have been because of something people said in the chat. Moderators are only needed to prevent TikTok TOS from being violated. Yeah, I mean, you might be a fine mod, Jen. You don't have to agree with me on everything, but it sounded like you disagreed with pretty much everything. Or at least maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into your chat. You can add words to your comment filters to prevent harmful words from being in comments. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I'll have to figure that out later. Philosopher Boda says I can mod if that's the case. I agree with everything. Let me click on your profile. There's nothing on your profile. I don't know whether to believe someone if they tell me they agree with everything. All the mods I've taken so far are people I've known at least a little bit. People I've interacted with before on TikTok, and I've heard some about their views, or I've had some kind of engagement with them. So maybe it'd be better for me to just engage with chat here myself, and I can mod it myself until I get one of my mods to show up. There's 6 people so far who I've made mods. And if I see somebody else show up who I know a little bit, then maybe that person would volunteer. But maybe I should just stick with the chat for now, rather than taking a call. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. 23 new followers. Nice, thank you. I think that's what that means. 7.1 thousand hearts, likes, thank you. 5 gifts. I don't know how the number of gifts is computed. I see a couple people sent roses. Some people sent popcorn, and some other things, hats, some more roses. Thanks. All right, Nintendo 64 to the max. I can't read Chinese or whatever that is. Lenny Cohen says, I'm in your requests. May I join? I see you there. I want to get a mod first before I take a new call. I think I might just engage with chat until I have a mod show up. Why is Israel good? Because it respects rights. Not perfectly, but at least decently. Like, you don't get killed if you're gay, or punished, and women aren't forced to wear a burqa. They have more rights, and you can criticize the government without being thrown in jail, so you have some freedom of speech. Those are some examples of why I think Israel is good. Long press comments and tap translate. Oh, let me try that. That's not working. Oh, I found another way to do it. See translation. Okay, now I can read it. Are those rights in Israel related to citizens or non-citizens? Well, I think if you're in Israel proper, as opposed to the West Bank or Gaza, I think everyone has those rights. At least that would be my guess. Like, if you live in Tel Aviv or Haifa, my guess would be it doesn't make a difference whether you're a citizen or a non-citizen. You're not going to be forced to wear a veil if you're a woman. Israel is good in your eyes because they give you basic rights. Yeah, I think so. Why is faith bad? Because it means believing without evidence. That's what I take it to mean. So can you ignore all the things the country has done then? Like what? What do you think Israel has done that is not good? Just giving the definition isn't explaining why it's bad, though. Well, I think it's bad to believe things without evidence because I think that's not a recipe for happiness or successful living. If I tell you to, jump off a cliff and you say, why? I say, I'm not going to give you any reason. Just do it. Take me on faith. It's a good thing to do. Well, is that good for you to do? Just blindly follow orders that you don't understand? I think it's anti-life, anti your happiness to do that. Bombing civilians, hospitals, schools, etc. Okay. If Israel did that, do you think they did that intentionally? I don't. Sometimes innocent civilians are killed in war, but that's tragic. But I don't think that's their intent. I think it's a normal, very normal thing for innocent people to die in war. But that's not the goal. Thanks, that was much better. I didn't mean it in a demeaning sense. Oh, no worries. Not sure why you would have blocked me if I never interacted with you. That's directed to somebody else, not me. I think with current technology, it'd be pretty hard to accidentally blow up hospitals and schools. Well, I don't know. What if Hamas is hiding out in hospitals and schools? They use people as human shields. So I think it's the fault of Hamas if innocents who they're using as human shields get killed. I like watching the Ayn Rand Center UK YouTube podcast, but I'm not an atheist. Looks like you got a Star of David by your name, so maybe that means you're Jewish and you believe in the God of the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible. Thanks for the gifts, Jen, Sean, Icy, Philosopher Boda, Seraph, User 2008, and a bunch of other numbers. Angelic, Ellie, Trey Rotter. Looks like I got some coins or something from each of them. Why are we listing names? Oh, I was just reading out the names of the people who sent me some gifts. I think these are gifts. Because I see a gold circle with the TikTok logo inside it, and there's a number next to it from all those people who I just read out. So I guess they sent me something like a rose or something else. Oh, you get points for commenting? Oh, so maybe that's why you show up with a number, not because you sent me a gift, but because you did a lot of comments. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Oh, yeah, because it doesn't look like Jen sent me a rose or anything, but she shows up at that list. Maybe that's because she's done a lot of comments. I think that's, yeah, that must be what it is. Yeah, I know on YouTube they have something called the leaderboard, and depending on how much engagement you are involved in, you'll have a different score on the leadership board. Okay, so I guess that's an engagement list that I just read out, not a list of gifters. Why is Israel good when Trump is in the bad category? Well, I've already said recently about Israel. I think it respects people's rights. Not perfectly, but at least does a decent job on the world stage, at least, compared to so many other countries, including the ones right next to it. And I think Trump has put pressure on Israel to engage in ceasefires, which I think is bad. I think Israel should wipe out its enemies and not stop fighting until it wins, until it achieves victory. But I think many presidents, not just Trump, I think many U.S. presidents have put pressure on Israel. So I don't think the U.S. has been the best ally of Israel. I think Israel, partly due to U.S. pressure, has been too appeasing of its enemies, not self-interested enough. And as a result, I think many people have died unnecessarily. Like, I think if Israel had wiped out Hamas many, many years ago, there wouldn't have been an October 7th. Jen says, if you aren't something, I'll unblock you. She says that to somebody else. Philosopher Boda? Okay. So I guess she went to his profile directly to block him, because I don't think you can block someone straight from the chat. So even if she blocked him by going to his profile, I guess she still sees his chats show up here. I see a way to report someone from the chat here, but I don't see a way to block someone. So if you want to block someone, maybe you have to go directly to their profile. Are you Jewish? Doesn't matter. Someone asked me that. Someone says they're in high school. I don't know if you can participate here if you're in high school. Without parental permission. There's a setting to make the lives 18 only, 18 years old only. I think I have that set as a default on my live. I'm not sure. TikTok lives, you still see people you are blocked by. Okay. Someone's calling, all right. Looks like someone is smearing Ayn Rand. Just Beth. How do Randians explain cases of self-sacrifice? Not sure what you mean. They happen. Like if you choose a college major on the basis of what your parents want rather than what you're interested in, maybe that's a case of self-sacrifice. Instead of doing what's best for yourself, you choose to defer to the wishes of others. And I think that, at least in some cases, I think that's due to weakness of will. Like if you really if you had strength of will, I think you would do what's best for yourself. Or at least you should. But would it be a morally good thing to self-sacrifice? No. Not on my view. It'd be a morally bad thing. Why would it be morally good to destroy yourself, to sacrifice yourself, to undercut your own self-interest? Why would that be morally good? Many people think it's morally good, but I reject that. That seems pretty counterintuitive, though. We often praise those who self-sacrifice. Yeah, we do. But that's wrong. Well, I don't, but that's... Ayn Rand offers a revolutionary morality, a morality that goes against the conventional one that people hold. Maybe it just seems counterintuitive because that's all you've been exposed to. Maybe you haven't encountered an alternative. Also, I think part of the explanation is people think that the only alternatives are to either sacrifice yourself to others or sacrifice others to yourself. And the latter gets called selfishness. If you sacrifice other people to yourself, like you trample over other people's rights, you're a rude jerk to them. You lie, you cheat, you steal, you murder, schmurder. People take that to be the alternative to being altruistic or self-sacrificing. Either you sacrifice others to yourself or you sacrifice yourself to others. But Ayn Rand says, no, that's a false alternative. You don't have to do either one of those. You can live a non-sacrificial life where you're not sacrificing yourself to others or sacrificing others to yourself. You can live in harmony with other people. I guess I need to read on The View. I'd highly recommend reading Ayn Rand. Did you grow up in New York by chance? No. Why is egoism good? Maybe that question is similar to why is pleasure or happiness good? In which case, maybe it answers itself. Because I take a life of egoism to be a life in which you pursue your own happiness, which is a type of pleasure. There's different types of pleasure. There's like physical pleasure, like you get when you get a massage, a good massage, or an ice cream cone. Tastes good, where it's contacting your physical organs. But then there's also psychological pleasure, like you might get from watching a good movie. You enjoy it, it's entertaining. So an egoistic life, that is a life that serves yourself, that is in your own interest, I think is a life full of happiness and pleasure. And is that just self-evidently good? I think maybe it is. But if that's how you understand egoism, then maybe the case for egoism is very straightforward. What would be the argument against a life of happiness and pleasure? Don't just read on views, take the time to think. Yeah, I agree. It's good to think about what you read. Sometimes, at least. Ayn Rand wrote fiction and nonfiction. And there's a lot you can learn from both. But the value of the fiction is not just in what you can learn. I think primarily it's an enjoyable experience just to read the novels. I think they're great novels. Atlas Shrugged, The Fountainhead. Those are her two most famous novels. She also wrote Anthem and We the Living. And it's just a great experience, a great aesthetic experience. And you also learn, I think you can learn a lot from them, but I think that the primary value is just enjoying the story. I like all but 3 on your list. Okay. Oh, Capitalism Enjoyer is here. Hello. Now, I've seen you around a little bit. I don't know you personally, but I would consider you for a mod if you wanted to be a mod. I don't have any mods here right now, and that's why I wasn't taking any calls. But if you wanted to be a mod, I can make you one. ICBA? What does that mean? Can't be asked? Not in a rude way? I don't know what you mean. I'm not asking you to be a mod. I'm just letting you know it's open to you if you want it. So if you don't want to be a mod, that's fine. But I'm just saying if you are indifferent or you want to be a mod, then you haven't got the energy to? Okay, that's fine. I'll keep modding myself. Thoughts on open objectivism? I don't accept it. I don't think there is such a thing. Open objectivism is what some people call Ayn Rand's philosophy, but it's open to other ideas as well that she didn't come up with. Maybe, for example, that toleration or benevolence are key virtues, or that you can't judge ideas morally. I don't recall exactly what all the views are that some people try to attribute to objectivism, but I think of objectivism as the philosophy Ayn Rand came up with her ideas. She named it. It's a proper name, which is why it has a capital O. There is a lowercase sense of objectivism, but in the capital O sense, it's a proper name. It's a name Ayn Rand gave to her set of ideas, her philosophy. So maybe, I don't know if you're an open objectivist or if you call yourself that, but I don't think I would make a open objectivist a mod. I consider it more likely. Oh, you mean open objectivism? Or maybe you're responding to something else. What's your view on post-labor? I don't know what that is. How should we refer to you? Dan? Yeah, you can call me Dan. Got another person here asking if I'm Jewish. Why? What difference does it make? All right, anyone want to tag somebody? Oh, I guess maybe I shouldn't get someone tagged right now since I don't have any mods. I was going to say when I do have a mod, then I can take some calls, and it'd be good to have some calls with people who have large followings, so you can tag people who you think might be open to debating me. But maybe it's better to wait to tag someone until I get a mod in here. I've got 6 mods, but none of them are here right now. Economic systems where labor is superfluous from automation. Oh, that's what post-labor is. So labor-based models can't work. I don't think labor is ever going to be superfluous. It's just going to change its form. So if AI takes over some jobs, then now there are new jobs in programming AI, for example, or making the AI models better. And the type of labor is going to differ. So it used to be that many more people engaged in farm labor, agricultural labor. But now, with tractors and modern agricultural techniques, far fewer people are needed as farmers. But now they can take other jobs. Like they could take jobs in factories that produce the tractors. So I don't think labor will ever go away. It'll just change the form. The types of jobs available will change. And they'll be probably more enjoyable, I think. Like, would you rather do back-breaking labor in a field picking cotton, or would you rather be in a comfortable office with air conditioning and working on your computer? So maybe the jobs will just get better and better. But there's always going to be room to improve things. Like, we have enough stuff automated, so the rest of the jobs left are the ones people want to do. Don't need to pay people for it. What is your profession, Dr. Morton? Norton. I'm a live streamer. Or at least that's the profession I aspire to. I'm trying to make money at this. I am making a little bit of money, not enough to live on. I hope that it gets to the point where I can do live streaming as a full-time thing. I do some other things, which I won't go into for money now, but I hope to eventually be able to just full-time be a philosopher on the internet, or maybe out in the world. I can also go to real life events, give talks, be in debates, that sort of thing. But I want to promote Ayn Rand's philosophy for a living, and I'm doing that on a small scale right now. I'm also on YouTube. That's been my primary platform for the last several years, and my YouTube channel got monetized earlier this year. Actually last year, but I didn't turn on the monetization until this year. So I get super chat money over there on YouTube when I do a live stream there. You can also follow me on YouTube. I encourage that. I'm trying to grow my following there as well. So I'm making a little money now through live streaming, but I want to make much more. And one way to do that is to grow my audience. I see I've gotten 26 new followers, it looks like, today. Thank you. It's up to 264 followers right now. I offered to debate and you asked for others to suggest someone. Well, maybe I would have taken you by now if I had a mod. I don't have someone here to keep an eye on the chat, though. I saw I think you requested a while ago, right? Just completed my 1-year philosophy BA. Do you recommend doing MA and PhD? You got a BA in philosophy in 1 year? Usually it takes a lot longer than that. It depends on what your goals are. Do you want to be a professional philosopher? Do you want to work in academia? I think the main reason people go to grad school in philosophy is because they want to be a philosophy professor. If you don't have that as a goal, I'm not sure why you would want to get a PhD. Maybe you just find the subject really interesting. You could take some classes and just to get a taste of it and see if you like it, instead of enrolling instead of applying to be a full-time student. You could just go to a university and take a class or two, and that might give you a better sense of whether it's something you want to pursue further. I'm going to go over to Facebook and X for a second and just say that I'm streaming on TikTok. Maybe that'll get some more people over here. And I'm going to put a link to my TikTok page. Somebody sent me a DM with a YouTube link to YouTube. Okay. All right, I just did the Facebook post. Now I'm going to do a post on X. Okay. Two years compressed into 1 year. That's how you did a BA in 1 year. Okay. Mach is requesting. Mach. Can you type something in the chat? Something in the chat. Okay. Oh, you got... What do you want to talk about, Mach? Israel? Okay. All right. If it's civil, we can talk about it. I might have to pause every once in a while, though. He gives a thumbs up. Okay. Since I don't have a mod here right now, I might have to pause during the conversation every once in a while to make sure everything's okay in the chat. But I would like to take another call, so I'm going to take you. Okay, here we go. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Dan?
Hey. So you want to talk about Israel?
Yeah, just their current government.
Okay.
I don't think their current, and I think there are periods where they've been more or less reasonable, but I actually think they're antithetical to the United States' priorities in the region. I think Jordan's a much better ally. I think the UAE is. I think Oman is.
Okay. So, in general, you think Israel is good or bad, and it's only the current government that you oppose, or does your opposition run deeper? Does it go back a lot further?
Well, I think Israel has done a lot of terrible things to a lot of people, but that's not the reason why I think the U.S. should or should not support them. I think just implementing a little bit of realpolitik, that is what it is. I think it's hard to justify it in this age, but I don't think that the Nakba, for instance, is in and of itself a reason to be like we should never support Israel. I think the political climate of the age matches the political actions, and so yeah. With that being said, I think that Israel is objectively bad for American interests in the region.
Okay, you mentioned the Nakba. I have some thoughts on that, but you also said you think Israel has done bad things, or I forget what word you used.
Terrible
So
things
terrible
to a lot of
things.
people. Yeah.
So can you give me an example?
The Nakba is a great example. So the United Nations grants Israel a charter for the creation of Israel in 1947, 1948. The surrounding countries begin to oppose that for a number of reasons. One, because Israel declares independence independent of that declaration and says we are entitled to land greater than that which is allotted to us in the 1948 United Nations resolution. And the response by the other countries is, all right, well, you're not going to encroach on areas that we don't see fit. Also, there's a populist movement in a lot of these countries that are anti-imperialist following the Second World War. And the fact that there are a bunch of Europeans coming to Israel and participating in a conflict that has been existing for 20 years prior to that point certainly aggravated them. But my point in all of that is that the removing of entire groups of people from townships, neighborhoods, whole swaths of land, and the giving of that to people who are claiming being indigenous to that land, I don't think is a reasonable thing to do. Again, this is independent of why I think we should support Israel. I think every country has tried or done something similar to that. I think it's not that many examples in the modern world, but I don't think that's the only reason. I think Israel craves chaos, this current government, because it gives them a lot more sway in the region.
Okay. I was only able to half pay attention because I have to keep an eye on the chat. I see someone is saying the same thing over and over again. If you just spam stuff in the chat, you might get blocked. So don't just keep typing the same thing. Okay. So let's see. You mentioned the Israel taking more than it was granted by some UN agreement. I don't know the details of that. I mean, I've read some about that history, but you might know more about the details of it than I do. I do know there's been conflict before the state of Israel. Like there were in the 1920s and 30s, there were some massacres, and there was an Arab revolt in the 30s. So the conflict didn't start at the time of the Nakba. And I'm not sure what is like.
But that's not, and the reason why I referenced the Nakba is I think they're terrible things, and to say that the Arabs who were occupying that land also didn't do terrible things to people is a misnomer. I agree with that. My point is that Israel's current policies, that's the reason why I don't think the United States should be in support of that nation. But I can acknowledge the fact that they've done terrible things as well as the fact that they've had terrible things done unto them. And I don't think that's a justification for doing really anything other than assessing the landscape for what it is.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's a moral equivalence between Israel and the people who attack it. So even if Israel has done some bad things, and I don't doubt that, but I think in the main, like for the most part, I think Israel I consider them to be the good guys, and their attackers, like the surrounding countries, to be the bad guys. But if you don't see it that way, if you think they're basically morally equivalent, or I don't know, maybe if you think Israel is even worse, but I don't see a moral equivalence there. So maybe that's something we could talk about.
Yeah, I guess we can get into that. The first and foremost expansion of Israel, I think, is concerning. I think that they have taken over swaths of land that, no one expected them to. Which is the reason why the United States didn't back them until the late 60s, early 70s, because the U.S. still cared about standing in international law. But apart from the international law standpoint, I think that there are a lot of people who were pushed out of their homes, that lived in places that that are now considered part of Israel and were forced out of there. And if you think that the justification for that is, well, there were bad people living there, I would say maybe there's just a moral disagreement there. I can't say that there are bad people living in Chicago, therefore Chicago shouldn't belong to the state of Illinois, and just say, you know what, screw it. Or Canada can't say there are bad people coming over the border transporting pew-pews, or the same with Mexico, when you got Americans going over to Mexico and then shipping things back to the United States and then saying we need to occupy land as a result of that. I think that criminal acts against the nation by people who are not of that nation does not necessitate occupation of those people's land. That's the fundamental disagreement I have.
Okay. Well, I think I just listened to a video by Yaron Brook. He's a objectivist YouTuber who knows much more about this issue than I did, and he did a video interview with someone recently on the Nakba. Well, I guess the interview wasn't recent, but I watched it recently. And he mentioned there were or this number 700,000 people, I think, is often used for the number of people who no longer lives where they used to live after the 1948 war. Mm-hmm. And he divided them into categories. I think there were 3 main categories, and I don't know if I can remember all of them, but some of the people chose to leave at the advice of the countries who attacked Israel. So and they were promised that they would get their land back on the prediction, I guess, that the anti-Israel countries would win the war. But then it turned out they lost the war, and so they couldn't get their land back. So at least for those people, and I don't know what percentage that is, maybe they're just out of luck, but it's not because Israel forced them to leave. It's because they were advised to leave by the governments who attacked Israel. And then once those governments lost the war, well, then those people who took the advice to leave, they were out of luck. But I think maybe they're, at least part of the fault lies with the countries who attacked Israel, who weren't able to make good on their promise that you can now return to your lands. So that was one subcategory, and I think that was a significant number of them.
I think that even there, and again, I'd be happy to litigate history because I love history and I read a lot on it. But even there, that's like saying, and as an analogy, it's like somebody said, hey, your house is going to, your house is going to be destroyed by these really bad people. They're coming. If you leave now ahead of what's going to come, then I'll promise you'll be able to come back. And then I leave, my house is destroyed by those bad people, but I'm not able to come back. That doesn't necessarily, I think there's a level of fault. Maybe it would come down to kind of a mens rea of the person that told you that. But at the same time, that does not absolve a nation from expanding into that area. And I think the expansions into the West Bank are more concerning. That's after the Nakba. And the expansions elsewhere, the sort of occupation of Gaza is very concerning prior to its pretty much utter destruction. I think those are concerning things. I don't think that inherently, I do think that inherently it's bad, but I don't think U.S. government policy should all be consistent upon everything that is good or everything that is bad. I think there is a line that's drawn. I think that's usually practicality And there are hard lines I don't think the U.S. should cross. I think the U.S.'s support of Israel is close to that line in terms of they've done some really crazy things in very recent memory. But then they don't really bring the other side of the scale is that they don't really bring much productive value to our aims in the region. Like, it's actually making it worse.
Okay. Let's see. So 1 point.
Yeah, I know I've drifted past, present, future. I'm happy to talk about the present and the future because I think the past, if we relitigate it, it can get weird. But I'm also open to responding to whatever you got to say.
Okay. Well, you did mention expansion, and you didn't think certain expansions of Israel were justified. I think it's actually a good thing for Israel to expand because I think it does a better job at protecting people's rights than the surrounding countries. Like I think you'll have more rights, like women or LGBT people in Israel than in the surrounding countries. So I think this is another point that Yaron Brook made in this video I mentioned earlier. The Palestinians or the people who chose to stay in Israel proper rather than, I guess they had an option to escape over to Jordan. I think that was at least one of the places they could have gone. But the ones who stayed in Israel actually ended up in a place where their rights were much better protected than the other places in the region. So maybe it's a good thing if Israel and its system of rights expands. Now, if there's a population like Gaza or the West Bank where there's some terrorists like Hamas, then I think it's reasonable for Israel to treat those areas somewhat differently than in what you might call Israel proper. But and I'm not saying everything they do there. I think there are some extremist religious Jews who I've heard they actually do violate the rights of the people living there. I don't know. But anyway, so I'm not saying everything that Jews do in like the West Bank is appropriate. But again, like by and large, in the main, I think people are going to be better off living under a system of Israeli government than they are under the surrounding countries' governments.
Dan, I think there are layers to that argument. The first would be you got to survive it first, right? So when the Nakba happens or the expansion into the West Bank happens, where Israeli military forces through the IDF unalive civilians at higher rates than we saw in World War II, than we've seen in American wars generally. You got to say, well, if I survive, then we'll see what the world looks like, which is a tough thing to ask somebody with a family. Be like, hey, stick around. There's a chance you might be unalived for doing nothing just because you're in a building and your neighbor may have affiliated with a T organization. That's a tough thing to ask a family to do, right? But independent of that, let's say that you go through that and you survive it and you live in that place and you got your family with you and you do live under there, but things are a little bit different. You're Muslim, which means the practices of your culture, your religion are different than those of Israel, which is, it's an ethnocracy. I mean, it's there are rights that are elevated compared to those who are not followers of that culture and of that religion. And then your individual religious rights are on a weird footing in that country, which is concerning. And then the third part of it, which I think is the most important part, is maybe it's because I'm American, maybe it's because I'm a crazy person, but a government forced upon me is not a government that can help me. And I don't care what it does. So if you are living in one plot of land and you and your family are living there, and then 1 week it is a Palestinian state in which you practice your religion, you do whatever, and you got some issues with it, but then the next is another part of the government which is forced upon you, and it's not something that you've chosen or that you've been a part of in the creation of, I think that creates a dangerous precedent. And I think that's a slippery slope by which those who are the victims of imperialism can't control the terrain. And I think the U.S.'s occupation of a lot of places, the argument is consistent. Well, we made the place better. I think the argument for enslavement is an argument when they say, well, we made that better. Do you want to go back to that place? And I don't think forced compliance with an ultimate government objective, which I thought you would understand as somebody who is against taxes and regulations on people. I don't think that forced sort of compliance with the government, even if it does ultimately benefit you, is beneficial at all.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that Israel is better for people. Like it's bringing freedom with it, at least relative freedom. So I don't think it's like I think people who are friends of freedom, I think they should welcome a government that is more free than the government that is less free. And I think like if let's say I'm living in the West Bank and under, who is it, the Palestinian Authority, or I don't know what the
I think the PLO was in control of that. I think it was independent, and then the West Bank was occupied by Israel, but I could be wrong on that.
I guess if the PLO with their leader Yasser Arafat is in control of the West Bank at a certain time, I would much rather Israel overthrow him and give me the rights of being an Israeli citizen than continue living under Arafat. I don't think Arafat is a friend of rights, but I don't see that as like I see that as an improvement rather than going backwards.
I don't. And
No?
this is where the contradiction, because here's the contradiction, right? Are you from America? I'm assuming that. You could be from Canada, because Canadians sometimes have an accent that I'm unfamiliar with. But are you from America?
Yes.
Okay. The British offered considerable rights to people who were enslaved compared to the Americans, right? I mean, they were offering freedom in Georgia if you fought for the British side, which was not being offered by the Americans in the American Revolution. Apart from that, the British were also on the cutting edge of some women's movements, which Americans don't like to talk that much about. And aside from that, there were some aristocratic issues that I think were true. But if that is the truth, which is that, you were being held to us by force, therefore you must comply, therefore you are free, isn't that a bit inherently contradictory? I will force your freedoms on you. I think that freedom is a choice. And if you elect to go about it your own way, which the United States abolished slavery later than the British did, later than almost every country in the Western Hemisphere, but they did it, right? And as a result of that, the United States, people that lived in the United States benefited from that. I think it's a bit contradictory to say we can force freedom on people and you should just be happy that you're receiving it, because it's not freedom if you don't choose it.
Well,
and if you don't have the opportunity to choose it.
I'm not suggesting forcing freedom on people. I mean, I don't think that's possible. At least it's not clear to me what that would mean. I mean, I think you can liberate an area, and then I guess people could choose to go back to their oppressors. Like if you liberate the West Bank from the PLO, and you let's say you overthrow the PLO, and the PLO then migrates to some other area, you could then follow them. So then you would be choosing unfreedom, but
I think first and foremost, you are, for that family that's living in the West Bank that has a house, and one day it's Yasser Arafat and another day it's Israel, and you didn't have a choice about Israel, but you had a choice for the PLO at some point because you had an election for it, right? I don't necessarily think that is a beneficial thing. And I don't think that it's good just because I say it's good or Israel says it's good. I mean, there are people who believe that women should have the right to vote. Do you believe that, host?
Yes.
Okay. There are conservatives right now who are saying they shouldn't. And I'm not talking about crackpot conservatives. I'm talking about Turning Point USA hosting a woman in leadership conference that hosted thousands of women. And almost all of them were in favor. The keynote speakers were in favor of a one house, one vote instead of women, and then repealing the 19th Amendment, which is to say, not just a dig at the U.S., because I think there are fringe groups everywhere that are gaining traction in the U.S., but the point is that if you don't have the choice, how can you say that's going to be something that you want to be with long term? Like, it's being forced upon you.
Well,
and it's something that you can rationalize.
I don't know that freedom can be forced upon someone.
I think it can. I think you can't liberate some people who already have their own form of government.
So first we need to be clear on what is freedom. So I don't know if Yasser Arafat and the PLO is a good example to take of.
They were a secular organization. They weren't considered a religious organization, but
yeah, I think that's a different issue from whether it's freedom, whether it's pro-freedom or not. So you can be anti-freedom and secular, or anti-freedom and religious.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was a pro-freedom movement or governments.
It was inherently democratic, though.
Well, I don't think democracy, unlimited democracy, is pro-freedom. I think it's actually anti-freedom. So I think just because a majority votes for something, like if a majority votes to enslave a minority, I think that's an anti-freedom policy. Like if a majority of whites in a white country wants to enslave the blacks, and the blacks are a minority, I don't think that's a good thing, even though it might be democratic.
I don't think, and this is the weird part about this. I've heard that example a lot. The United States during its period of slavery was not democratic. It was autocratic, and at points really oligarchical. Then when I say that, the majority of Americans didn't want slavery, and that's something that I think is lost in the historical narrative. The majority of Americans couldn't even vote on the issue. The majority of slave owners could. So I agree with you that I can't think of an instance where the majority of people would vote to deprive themselves of the freedoms that they have. And if they do so, then that's a sign of freedom. But the slavery part is weird because I can't think of an example where the majority of Americans voted explicitly, not as a country, to deprive a minority group, when that minority group had the ability to vote, of rights. And I know that's something that's mentioned during the civil rights movement. It's an argument that's made. Those were laws that were in place when people couldn't vote. And they were laws prohibiting people from voting.
All right. Well, my point is not about a specific historical case. It's just a hypothetical. Like if a majority votes for something, I don't think that thereby makes it pro-freedom.
I don't necessarily disagree with you that the majority rule element is sometimes beholden to a lack of freedom for some people, right? And I think that any decision a government makes is going to restrict the freedom of some group. I think that's inherent in government. And I take that with a grain of salt. But on the flip side of it, I got to think about the fact that I can't think of many examples where everybody had the right to vote and there was a uniform deprivation of people's individual rights based upon an inherent characteristic. And so I don't know if that's the best analogy, but I will say I agree with you. The PLO being inherently democratic doesn't necessarily make it inherently good. It at least makes it representative of the people that live in the area. A military occupation does not. And that's my argument. Is that why would it's a great argument from The Patriot. If you've ever seen that movie, it's a great movie. But It's what if you're occupying me, what's the point of me saying you're liberating me if I don't have a choice in the occupation? Even if it is for the better. If somebody breaks in my house and raises my kids well and makes sure that everybody graduates with a 4.0 GPA and my wife is pleased and I'm pleased, I think there are 1,000 alien movies that would tell you the opposite, that that's not freedom.
All right. So my concern is with individual rights, and like even if a democracy votes away my rights, I think that's corrupt, and it doesn't matter if it's a majority of the people or if they vote away your rights, right? Even if a majority wants it. So you say the PLO was democratically elected. What about the individual Palestinians, if there are any, who don't want the PLO and who think that the PLO is a murderous terrorist regime and they violate rights all over the place? I side with that person who is in favor of rights, even if a majority of the people wants the PLO to be in power.
I think there is. I don't think that, and I'm not sure where you fall politically, but I don't think there is a form of government that can exist without depriving some individual of their ability or their right to do something. The reason why I say that is because I could be somebody who believes it is my right, protected right, to assault people. There's a guy.
That's not a legitimate right. I think that's a pseudo right.
Well, that's the weird thing. Who defines that? The majority, right?
No. I don't think rights are determined by majority vote.
Then if they are derived from an objective moral code that only exists in certain parts of the world, is that more or less of a majority idea? That is to say, where I'm from, if you touch my sister, I'm allowed to do something to you. I'm allowed to beat you within an inch of your life. And you would say, well, that's not a right. And I'd tell you, it is. In fact, most Americans would say, if you did something to assault a woman family member of mine, give me a minute. Don't call the police. Just give me 60 seconds. And I think most of them would be like, all right, that's all right. And so I think that it's a lot less objective than you would believe in terms of what is considered a right. And I think if a government can deprive somebody of the ability to do something, arguably they can deprive anyone of the right to do something.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we're getting into these issues of fundamental political philosophy, like what are rights and whether they're subjective. So we've kind of moved away from the specific example of Israel, and we're starting to get into some fundamental issues of political philosophy. And I think that's good. So I don't think rights are subjective or arbitrary. I think they're based on human nature and the requirements of human survival, which, I mean, I get this from Ayn Rand. Have you ever read Ayn Rand?
Yeah, I've read Ayn Rand. We had a book in the house. I've read Ayn Rand.
So what have you read?
I'm trying to remember which one. It was a light bulb. It's the one with the light bulb.
Oh, Anthem, maybe. Her short novel.
Yeah. That was the one I kept in the house, and I read that one before. I'm familiar with the idea of it. I think it's fun in theory, but not very practical.
Okay. Well, you haven't read much Ayn Rand. If you've just read Anthem, it's her very short novella. But she does write a lot about government and rights and in her nonfiction. So I would draw on that for this conversation heavily. So
it wasn't the only book I read. I majored in government when I was in college, so I've read more than just one book of Ayn Rand. But I remember the one with the light switch, and I think the idea of individual freedom is either entirely subjective or subject to an interpretation of what individual freedom is. Like, for instance, flag burning. Do you think that is a constitutional right? Inherent in that is an argument independent of what each individual thinks. I cannot objectively say the government is corrupt because it's depriving people of rights, because I believe my ability to burn a flag is being infringed upon when I do it in a kindergarten playground. On the flip side, you cannot argue your rights are not being infringed if I'm doing it in a place that doesn't hurt anyone. I think that Ayn Rand's ideology, again, makes a whole lot of sense for a bunch of people that agree with her and that would live on their own place. But when dealing with a cross-section of communities, I don't think you can, without a constitution written specifically and monitored and approved by people through a democratic process, say that there are objective rights outside the realm of law. That gets weird.
Okay.
I think it's a fun theory, and I think it's helpful.
I'm not sure you're in a position to comment on the theory yet, because it sounds like you haven't read very much. If you just read Anthem, then I don't think you really have. I mean, you get some idea of Ayn Rand's ideas, but I don't think you're in a position to assess her theory of rights yet.
Maybe. I mean, if I don't want to hear from Ayn Rand, though. I don't think she's alive anymore. I want to hear from you.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we can talk about it, but if you're going to say something like, if you're going to pass judgment on Rand's theory, which it sounded like you were, like this is, you don't think Ayn Rand's ideology is up to snuff, or it doesn't make sense.
I don't think it's practical.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, I don't think you're in a position yet to say that, given the amount that you read her. So, I mean, we can talk about the issue, but we can I think we should set aside, or you should set aside your evaluation of Rand, because I think it's premature at this point for you to evaluate it.
Do you think that Ayn Rand believes
Ayn Rand, by the way.
I'm American, but sure,
Ayn Rand. I'll give it to her.
So
I know
it's pronounced Ayn.
Ayn, where she's from, and so Ayn Rand says that. Would you believe that she would agree with the proposition that individual rights are objective? That means they are existent, independent of what people believe they should or should not be.
Maybe. I think the word objective has multiple senses, and I think in some sense she would say they are objective, and in another sense she would say they're not. If it means mind independent, that's somehow sometimes the way the term objective is used to mean mind independence, and they're not objective in that sense, but they're objective in another sense.
Well, this is where I run into the problem. If it is objective and the majority of people disagree with your definition of objectivity, does that mean that right should be guaranteed?
Okay, well, now maybe we need, I don't know if we need to get into the issue of what objective means, because you just used that term.
Well, objective is an individual believes wholeheartedly, individually, and whether or not they're able to argue that, whether or not they're able to convince people of it, that they have a right to do something. And everybody else in the community they live in says, you don't have the right to do that. That's not a right. Do you believe, for instance, healthcare is an objective right? You would probably say, nah, it's not a right. But I'd say the right to healthcare is a right. And we could argue back and forth. And you don't convince me of that. And I'm saying that God told me that healthcare is a right. It is a fixed point. It is not one subject to argumentation or debate. It is not one subject to influence by a majority or a minority. It is a fixed point in the sky.
Well, I do think rights are fixed, at least in some sense. Not by God. I don't think there is a God. I'm an atheist.
I'm not, but okay, that's cool.
But I do think that rights are what they are, even if people don't recognize them. Like, for example, I think I have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, to use that phrase from the Declaration of Independence, even if other people don't agree that I have those rights. I think I still do. So if that's what it means to have objective rights, that the rights are fixed regardless of what people might think about them, yeah, I do agree with that.
But this is my problem with that, is that it's not objective. it's inherently subjective to you. It is something you believe and you believe is fixed. But it is not something that is concrete. It is not something that should, and this is why I say it's great in theory. If we just had everybody that believed the same thing on what a right is, it makes perfect sense. But when you break out of what is a right and what is not a right, you start getting into some weird stuff, which is that, for instance, I believe healthcare is a human right. You might say, no, that's the services of another person. And I would say, I believe, yeah, that's just like the services of the protection from law enforcement is a right. And the Supreme Court would say, no, protection from law enforcement is not a right. In fact, the law enforcement has no duty to protect your rights. And there's a Supreme Court case on that. It's a terrible case, but I think it's standing. And that leads us into this weird cycle where I believe there is an objective point in the sky that exists and you don't. And the government's ability to enforce it has nothing to do with how fixed it is. It has everything to do with what the people want to do.
So you think rights are subjective, and by that you mean, at least in part, that rights are just whatever anyone decides they are?
I think that if you are talking about legal rights, and this is where we bring it back to, like, I'm making you more free, right? If you, A, don't have the ability to participate in the process that brings about that right, and B, don't participate in the process that furthers that right, and C, more importantly, that's not determined by the people and it's fixed, it's not a right. I don't think it's a right at all to say, hey, listen, my brother told me that you got to live in my house, right? And you don't get to vote on it, but all my friends get to vote on it. Now you got to live in my house. That's not a right. To say, oh, well, you have running water. You didn't have that before. You have heat. You didn't have that before. You have a blanket. You didn't have that before. You have a TV. You didn't have that before. Those are, like, there's not a right in there. You are being forced to do something, to bring it back to the main point of Israel. When it comes down back to that microscopic point, from the macro to the micro on rights, is that you have no right if you don't exist within a society that guarantees it. Because otherwise, we can't call everything that everybody believes should happen a right.
Okay, I'm struggling to get some traction with this conversation. And
yeah, I got you. It's a deep philosophical thing on TikTok. There's no need to it, but I think it does undertone
it's a challenge to figure out, like, what is a productive direction to go. I was thinking about maybe going to the islands cases. I like to discuss those sometime.
Insular cases?
Island cases, like two people on an island and how they should interact.
Oh, I thought you meant like actual Supreme. I'm sorry, I'm a lawyer. So this is like, when I hear island cases, I think the insular cases, which involve islands and groups of people on islands. But when you say island, you're talking about 2 people or 10 people land on an island. What would they agree upon?
Well, I start even simpler. I could start with one person on an island just by himself. So in that case, I don't think the issue of rights comes up at all.
Well, I think it does. It just doesn't among sentient beings.
Okay. Well, I don't think it comes up at all. I don't think being sentient is a sufficient condition for having rights. Like, I don't think animals have rights. Non-human animals, dogs, cats.
But I think
only human beings have rights.
I think your existence on that island depends on how you translate those rights, right? Therefore, you think you have a right to impose force upon other people. I mean, this is a Marxist ideology, but I don't think Marx was wrong about it, that there is an economy of force and violence. That is to say, your existence on an island, your right to impose your will on other living things derives from your ability to survive. And I think that's, to you, that's okay. Like, an animal, I gotta pop an animal if it means I survive. I think for some people that's not true.
So are you a Marxist, by the way?
I believe Marx was right on a lot of things. I wouldn't say I'm a Marxist. I do believe from a sociological standpoint, conflict being a key point in human interaction. But I'm not going to say that I believe in everything Marx says and therefore call myself a Marxist. I do support a lot, like historical dialecticism. I believe in that. But that's not that I believe in the ultimate solution to it.
Okay.
I think God's a Marxist, but that's a hot take.
God. Yeah. Are you a theist? You believe in a God?
I do believe in God. I don't think that it necessarily governs everything the government should do, my interpretation of God, but it influences a lot of my individual beliefs.
Okay. So, well, I'm an atheist, as I think you know.
Yeah.
We don't have to debate that necessarily.
I would hope not. I don't want to debate your belief system and my belief system for purposes of something I can't prove.
But, some people, they think rights come from God. So if we're talking about rights, and if you were going to make an argument like some people do that we get our rights from God, actually the founding fathers said that in the Declaration. We are endowed by our Creator.
Certain inalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah. So that's actually one place where I would disagree with the founders.
I would disagree too
on the source of rights,
and I think they would disagree. I think they said that to appease people. I think it's a hell of a thing for them to say that while they were owning people and they knew that it was wrong.
Okay. But yeah, so I guess if you're not going to appeal to God in your view of rights, then we don't have to discuss God right now. But you are, if not a Marxist, you're at least sympathetic to some of his ideas. And you mentioned that you think there are so I said I don't think rights is an issue if you're just alone on an island, but you think they are an issue, and maybe
absolutely.
So I guess right there we see a very different view of what rights are, since you think they apply to someone who's alone on an island. So
I think
it might be like premature to bring in a second person to the island and discuss how they should interact if we don't even agree on the even simpler case of just one person. So maybe we should focus in on that.
Well, I think Hobbes was right too. I think that the war against nature is a real thing. I think that if you drop me on an island, what I consider rights are the things I look to establish first. Housing, food, access to water. I think those are not only things that I need to survive, and because they're things I need to survive, I believe that I am entitled to them. And I would enact force upon any thing or person that inhibits that. So you add that second person, and if they're inhibiting my ability to access it, that means they run up on me in the middle of my sleep and tie me to a tree to try and watch me, unalive. I have the right to unalive that person to ensure that my rights are protected. That is my right to have, at the very least, water, food, and shelter.
Okay. I do think rights apply where there are two people, at least if it's a certain kind of situation. Like if it's an emergency, here's a case where there are two people, but I don't think rights apply. Let's say a lifeboat case. Let's say a ship goes down and there's one lifeboat and there's two people who are fighting over the one lifeboat. It can only hold one person, suppose. Yeah. And you have two people fighting over it. I don't think either one has a right to that lifeboat. I think it's legitimate for them to just fight it out and each try to get it for themselves. But if it's not like a case where there's limited supplies, there's enough lifeboats for everyone, then I think you can say, well, it would be wrong. Like if there's two lifeboats, I think it would be wrong and a violation of rights for you to try to grab both of them for yourself and make the other guy drown.
I think there is and this is where I think the analogy
kind of shifts a little bit. Not really, because I think it's pretty consistent on my end, but I don't know. I do believe you have the right to survival. So for instance, I don't think you have the right to unalive somebody in that boat unless it's necessary for your means of survival. If that person says, you're not getting on this boat, it's mine. Mine, mine, mine. I'm rich man. I work hard. It's mine. And you say, I'm not sitting here and waiting till, on the edge of the boat like Jack did Rose. I'm not just going to float off in a nice river. I think that at the very least, you have a right to survival. How you effectuate that right may involve force. It may not also. But your right to survival is not inherent upon that right to that, or it may be inherent to that right to the boat, but how you achieve that becomes a different thing.
Okay.
And so I think rights are broader than actions.
I think maybe it would. You mentioned force.
Yeah.
I think that might be a more fundamental concept than rights, actually. I think
I agree with you.
the way I understand rights is that you have a right. When you have a right, that means you're not subject to force or coercion. That's another term. Like if someone coerces me, I think that's a violation of my rights. So I understand rights in terms of coercion or in terms of force. But
I agree with you on that point too.
well, hold on just a sec. So our rights is okay. Sorry about those technical difficulties. I see someone has just requested pressed keys. Let me click on your profile. Okay. What would you like to talk about, pressed keys? So sorry, Mach. That was the last person I was speaking with before I had the technical difficulties. Yeah, sorry our conversation got cut short. But thank you for your call. We were in the middle of talking about I was going to talk about the concept of force to see whether we had a different view on that. And maybe we can pick up there if you call back. But I'm going to try another call now. All right, PressedKeys wants to talk about faith and reason. Okay. All right, we can talk about that.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Yes. I just wanted to come up and before we start like defining reasoning or in faith. Reasoning would be being able to find an answer with definite proof, without a doubt. Facts. That can't be denied, right? And then faith being able to trust something without absolute proof.
Okay, that's not how I understand faith. I take faith to mean belief without evidence. So we can talk about that and whether that's the right way to understand it. Well, there are different senses of the term faith, but I think the relevant one in the kind of discussions I typically have is the sense of believing without evidence.
Wouldn't the lack of proof or absolute proof be the lack of evidence?
No, I think you could like, let's say you don't have absolute proof that there is that someone committed a crime, but you have some evidence. So you don't, maybe you don't have enough evidence to convict the person, but that doesn't mean there's zero evidence. There's some evidence pointing in his direction. Maybe there's that doesn't mean there's zero evidence. There's some evidence pointing in his direction. Maybe there's some to commit the crime. So even if you don't have absolute proof, or maybe to commit the crime. So even if you don't have absolute proof, or maybe, and that wouldn't be based on faith. Like you have evidence, you have reason to think that this person might be the perpetrator of some crime because you've got something like fingerprints.
Okay. So then I'll turn it around, right? Like Galileo, right? He believed that the sun revolved around the earth, but then that was disproven. But then that was also his reasoning was that, oh, well, the sun comes around or it goes away, it comes back around, and we were able to see it. Like he had his reasonings behind it, and people lopped into that and believed it without absolute proof when it got disproven later on.
Well,
Because that wouldn't really be
Galileo,
reasoning, you know.
so he was on the side of the heliocentric view, not the geocentric view. At least eventually, I don't know that he was ever on the geocentric view of the universe. But you're saying that, sorry, could you say again your point about Galileo?
So like Galileo, like he had believed that the sun revolved around the earth rather
No, I don't
than
think he
it be the other way around.
did. I don't know that he did believe that. I can Google it right now, but maybe he
But
did
yeah.
one time. But I know him for believing the Copernican, or not. Sorry, that was the Copernican view. But anyways, the view that the sun is at the center. Did Galileo believe the sun went around the earth? AI says no. Galileo did not believe
Oh
that.
shit. Shit. Okay, I might have gotten the scientist wrong, but I know for a fact though. At one point, science did believe that. There was at one point. That's undeniable for sure. There's even like
Well, so
scriptures
some
of like
science. I mean, there's individual scientists, and um, there are probably some scientists who believe that. I don't know if I can name them, but um, I'm not, so what? Let's say there was some scientist who believes that the sun went around the Earth. What does that show?
so what I'm getting at is that like it's there wasn't absolute proof. Just because there was reason behind it, there's still a form of faith behind it by believing someone else's words without having definite proof. Now that we've out to space, have taken down documentation of how our galaxy moves around the sun, now we have definite proof, and now that's a reason to like that's reasoning. You know, like you come down to like a like to a definite proof where it's like you can't deny it. Like math is like the bread and butter of reasoning. Anything that can be solved with math comes down to like an absolute answer, and there can't be denying it. That's what I feel like. Like when it comes down to it, like reasoning goes down to math.
All right, hold on just a minute because I gotta switch to my other AirPod. The one I'm wearing is low on batteries. Just a second.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see. You mentioned at one point the galaxy goes around the sun. I don't want to like nitpick on details here, but that's not how it works. The sun is the part of a galaxy. It's not, the galaxy does not revolve around the sun. But I guess that's not the most important point. So people didn't always understand that the Earth goes around the sun instead of vice versa. And but like you could have reason for thinking that the sun goes around the Earth. Like if you're just on the Earth, you're stationary. It seems to you like you can't tell that you're moving, but you look up in the sky, and if you watch the sky for many hours, you'll see the sun moving, or at least it appears like the sun is moving, or at least it appears that there's relative motion between the sun and the Earth. So you have some reason. Now maybe you're interpreting what you see incorrectly, but I wouldn't call it an act of faith if someone is looking at the sky and say, hey, look, the sun is moving, or the moon is moving, or the stars are moving, I think it's an understandable viewpoint to hold. But if there's some evidence there. Now, if I tell you, well, there's an elephant or a pig, there's flying pigs in the sky, and you don't see anything. You look up at the sky, you don't see anything. It's just a clear blue sky. And you've never seen a pig fly, and you can't imagine how something with that kind of structure or weights would be able to fly. It doesn't have any wings like a bird. So if I tell you pigs fly, then I think you would have to take me on faith if you're actually going to believe me. But that's different than the case of thinking that the sun goes around the earth. There, people actually have some kind of reason based in their observations for thinking that, which I think is different than the case of telling you that pigs fly and believing that.
Well, so then what if like someone were to Okay. So with that being said, with the reasoning that someone had at that point, they come to a conclusion without definite proof. So they made an assumption, which would be a leap of faith, wouldn't it? Because like the exact definition is having complete trust in something without definite proof. But just having complete trust in
faith?
But that is that is the exact definition of it.
Well, there are multiple senses
And
of the term.
Because it also leads to spirituality, where it leads to where someone has a moral compass and they have complete faith in that belief, where they go ahead and follow that moral compass, whatever outcomes come up around, they follow that moral compass, whatever opposition comes around, they have faith in that moral compass. Is like, I can't do no wrong if I follow this, And this is what I'm saying is like, yeah, you can have evidence, you can have reason to make an assumption, but there's always always a leap of faith, and especially when it comes to science, whenever they make their hypothesis are literally just leaps of faith, where it's like, you know what, I think this will happen, and then they do an experiment for their reasoning, for their evidence,
Okay, well, I disagree with that characterization of faith in science. Are you a religious person, if you don't mind?
I don't follow, like, I don't like to just blindly believe in philosophy or like and religion, where it's like, oh, it's the God will save me, this and this. I don't think it's going to be like all answer, all is right. But I do believe a lot of the scriptures they put out, and like moral codes that they set, like ethics that they put down, which a lot of it I do agree with, and like I do follow that as my moral compass. I would say that, because it's I don't like to just put it where it's like one end or the other, just because I understand there is people that are ignorant. They confuse faith with ignorance, and naive beliefs, but there's a lot more. I feel like putting reason and faith into such, say, like black and white labels kind of is a little bit narrow-minded in my head, in my mind, just because I feel like both can be good and bad,
What did you say? Narrow-minded?
Narrow-minded, my bad. I was trying to hold in a burp, but no, yeah, but I think it comes down to like, I feel like it becomes more narrow-minded when you believe that, because I feel like, yeah, my bad.
I thought you said neuro,
just because like
neurons.
No, it might be my headset. I'm talking through my headset, but I feel like it's more of a very, very instinctive reaction people get whenever they hear the words like faith and reason. Like faith, they'll just think the first thing that comes to mind, like, oh, ignorant people of the church, this and this and that. They blindly follow the blind, things of that nature, rather than like reason. Like they tend to gravitate towards like, oh, everything has to have an answer. Like it can't be said until proven otherwise. But what I'm getting at is that like there's a lot more moral gray. I feel like when it comes to reason and faith, they kind of work hand in hand.
All right. Well, I don't think I think they're opposed to each other. I think faith is anti-reason, but we don't have the same definition of faith. I think that's you're thinking of it in terms of believing something that you don't have absolute proof for, or something like that. And I don't think that's the right way to think of it, at least in this context. You said
I mean,
you're at least somewhat religious, it sounds like. So I'm curious, are you Christian or something else?
I follow Christian beliefs. Yeah, I know I follow Christian beliefs.
Okay, so do you
We're
believe
close.
the things in the Bible? Like if it says that
I
the Red Sea was parted, or someone rose from the dead, or a woman was turned into a pillar of salt, these miracles, do you think these things happened?
Well, then that would just be. I mean, if you believe everything, that'd just be naive, plain naive. There's like, there's a little bit of a, uh, how do I put it? That because it does get to a little bit of a gray area there too, where it's like, what do you define as reason, naive, and ignorance? Because those kind of rely like they mesh a little bit together, just like reason kind of meshes well with, reasoning brings around the arrogant as well, you know,
Right. So
and
do you
the
believe
pretentious as
do you
well.
believe these things occurred in the Bible? These miracles?
I personally don't. No.
Okay. So you
Yeah.
you don't believe in miracles, any miracles, or like I guess there's other examples from the Bible. I mean, do you just reject all the miracles? So you don't believe,
What would I take it?
so you don't
What
believe
no? What I
Jesus came back from the dead?
No, I don't. And what I'm saying is that like I believe in the philosophical aspects that bring about the Bible, which is like the moral codes that they bring in, where they say things like the one that comes off the top of my head is um like forgiveness, right? Yeah, like people can forgive, and the power to be able to forgive another and show that that unconditional love that, and I feel like they use like the whole scripture of like Jesus Christ as a means, as a how do I put it? Give me a second. Putting my thoughts together on that one. They're using them as the way I see it, right? Is it's very perceived differently, but like the way I perceive it is that they use it as a symbolic meaning of like of what to follow. Like he was selfless in his act of like giving up his life, this and that. Um, because like there was no order, there was no moral compass. Everyone just did whatever they wanted. Like everyone just did what they please.
So you don't
Um,
believe in
you know,
the miracles of the Bible, but you believe in the moral teachings of the Bible. Is that what you're saying?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
So you throw out the supernatural part. Um, do you throw out God? I mean, do you think God exists?
I do think that. Yeah, that I can agree with. Yeah, because for everything to be lined up the way it did, for it to just happen out of chance, I, I mean, I don't think there's even a. I mean, the scientists have tried to come to a probability of how little bit of a probability that came about, but there's really no measure to it. Like it's definitely a way of design. It'd be hard to believe that it managed to make a planet that was perfectly balanced on oxygen, water, nitrogen, hydrogen, and everything that's needed for life to function and stay running.
Okay, so what about the parts of Genesis where it says God said, "Let there be light, and let there be creatures that roam the earth"? Do you think that happens?
I mean, if it's God, then yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, but I mean, there's definitely that. I mean, the way it's going about it, the way it's explained, I definitely think not it's not articulated as it was. You know, like it it pretty much cuts out all the fat and it just tells it the way it was. You know, like there was no explanation. It's very hard to believe. I mean, I'll grant it that, but the way it was made, like for him to just wave his hand, because the way it's being said and the way it's being portrayed is like he just waved his hand and it was such. But I'm more than sure, like, however it was done, you know, it was beyond our reasoning, and this is where I come into like beyond reasoning. There has to be faith, um, like whenever someone makes a leap of, like a innovation, there has to be a form of faith.
So you don't believe in the miracles, but you do believe in God creating things by saying, "Let there be such and such." I don't know why you don't just also believe in the miracles and say, "Well, they're beyond reason too," and just like it's beyond reason to say that God
Well,
created such and such.
well, so I mean, the same can be said. Like, I mean, if you go back in time, right, and you tell people, "I come from a time where we fly to the moon,"
Where
you see
what?
that up there. We went up there. Yeah, like it. Like let's say you go back in time, right? Let's say you go back to medieval times, right?
Hmm.
And you tell people there, "Hey, I'm come from a time that we were able to fly to the moon."
Hmm.
How do you think you're going to sound to them?
They, I don't know. Well, they're willing to believe things like if they're Christian and they believe the Bible and they think God can part the Red Sea and he can turn women into pillars of salt and make people rise from the dead. Maybe they would say, "Oh, well, maybe God enabled you to fly to the moon somehow."
Because like this is where I come from, where I think like being asked that question is like asking someone else from that time is like or like it's almost a direct comparison. It's like, oh, how do you think he did all that, or like like, do you actually believe that? Like it'd be the same as us going back in time and telling them, it's like, we come from a time where we fly to the moon and we're able to talk to people instantaneously from across the world. Like that sounds absolute crazy to them. Like and I feel like a lot of that miracles and like, quote unquote, like, I guess you can call it magic, probably comes from science. I think, you know
So why don't
a
you believe in the miracles?
well, because I think it's backed by, I think it's done by science. I think miracles are done by science, and they just called it miracles because they didn't have an understanding of it.
Wait, but I asked you if you thought the miracles happened, and it sounded like no, you didn't think they happened.
The way they portray it, no.
Well, why couldn't it happen the way it portrayed it?
Because the one that's the King James book, which is, or none of the King James book, the the Bible that's being passed around and being, it's different from the original. That's all. Because it's, whenever you change the text from like the original and they try to translate it to another, like there's always going to be messages and like the perception or like the way they word things differently. Like, and I think a lot of that been um, and misworded throughout the translations and stuff like that. But I definitely think, like, yeah, it sounds crazy. Miracles and there's just some that I don't believe in. Like the whole, he threw a stick and it became a snake. I don't believe that. I don't think it was a stick branch. There's like, I what I think is that he got something that was formed as a stick and threw it. I believe the miracles in a sense where it's like they probably misworded themselves, or they they misunderstood what they saw.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
All right. Well, I think I want to wrap this up now. Thank you for your call, though. Appreciate it.
Yeah. We're gonna.
Bye. Okay. So I guess I was not seeing a coherent view there. It sounded like he didn't believe the miracles happened at first, but he was willing to believe things that seem equally unreasonable, like hard to make sense of. Like God could just declare, "Let there be light," or "Let there be fishes in the sea," and he said, "Well, we don't understand it, but it still happens." But you could say the same thing about the miracles. We don't understand the how a woman can be turned into a pillar of salt, but why not say it still happens? Just like you say that in the case of God creating things ex nihilo. So I didn't see a consistent view in the positions he was accepting or rejecting. So it didn't seem like it was adding up to a coherent viewpoint as far as I could tell. All right. But thanks for the call. Let's see what else we got here. What's your pro-Israel stance? What is it? I support it. I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm not against it. I think it basically respects people's rights. It's not perfect, but I think it does a decent job of respecting rights. The freedom to live your life as you choose. You won't get killed if you're gay, or you won't be forced to wear a burqa if you're a woman. You won't get thrown in jail if you criticize the government. It's called the startup nation sometimes. I think there's a lot of entrepreneurship there. I think that's good, that people have the freedom to start businesses that can thrive. So I think it has a lot going for it in terms of freedom and progress. And I think it stands in contrast in those respects to many of the countries around it. What do you think of international law? I don't think there is international law. There are the laws of countries, but there's no international government that is the source of laws that govern everyone in any country. I don't think there is international law. There are treaties that countries can make with each other, but I don't think I wouldn't call it international law. Law has to be backed up by force, and there is no international government that could use force to enforce any laws. Thanks for the heart me, tree rotter. Thanks for the rose, Lenny. And introduction. I can't see the full name. Oh, introduction of coffee. Sent some roses. Thank you. That might have been a while ago, though. Stevengaters sent a lot of roses. Thank you. Corny on the cob. Coop. Keo. Oh, Beep is here. Hello. It's one of my mods. Just checking on my Facebook and X posts, see if it looks like some people saw my announcement that I'm streaming live on TikTok. You can help grow the stream by sharing it. You can also contact some people or tag people who might want to debate. I see someone just requested Alvin. Can you type something in the chat, Alvin? Okay, thank you. I'm just going to use that to click on your profile. Okay, what would you like to talk about? Ayn Rand's? Anything in particular about Ayn Rand? Subjectivism. Okay. You agree to be civil? Yes. All right. Oh, I see Barely Liberal also just requested up. Can you type something in the chat? Barely Liberal? Thank you. The glory of God is intelligence. Family work. Second branch Strangite Mormon. Trying to keep Christ on my side. Smith Bros Dirt Band Revivalists. Just reading your bio there. Okay, well, I just had a conversation with a religious person, or at least somewhat religious. I think I'm going to take Alvin's call now, and maybe I can take yours after that. I'll see what other calls come in or requests, but thanks for your request. I'm going to take Alvin now. All right.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
All right. How are you?
I'm doing good.
So you want to talk about subjectivism?
Yes.
And Ayn
But
Rand?
also, yes, because Ayn Rand was actually a neo-libertarian phalanxist. You know that?
Okay. I think that was the same guy as the last time who maybe was trying to troll me. I looked up that term and I recognized his username. I think he changed his profile picture. But yeah, I think that guy tried to call in last time, and I think he might just be a troll. At least that's what some people were saying last time in the chat. Maybe I should block him. Let's see. Oh, Alex is here. Hello. Did we talk last time? Okay, so what do you want to talk about? Barely Liberal. Are you still on the request list? Yeah. Objectivism and faith. All right. So I just talked with someone about faith a few minutes ago. I'm not sure if I want to do another call right now on that. Maybe I could ask you in the chat. Maybe we could just chat back and forth a little bit first and see how that goes. So I take faith to be belief without evidence. Oh, thanks for sharing the live, Jack. Belief without evidence. I think it's bad to believe things without evidence. So what do you think faith is? How would you define it? I wonder if I should have restarted the stream because my power went out maybe 20 minutes ago, and my modem had to restart, and it took a while, and I lost a lot of viewers, I think. I'm not sure how many I lost, actually. But I wonder if it's better to just restart the stream rather than continue with the same stream. Oh, more people are sharing the live. Thank you. Well, that makes me less likely to restart it if people are sharing this stream. So you say yes, I agree, but I guess I have evidence it's good. You have evidence it's good to believe things without evidence? I feel like Ayn Rand is part of my faith tradition. Faith is good. Okay. Why do you think it's good to... what's your evidence that it's good to believe things without evidence? Hero myths? Well, there's fiction, but like Ayn Rand wrote fiction, and that I don't think it's real. There are valuable things you can learn from it, but if you literally believe it is true, I think that's bad. Islam Ali says objectivism places a large emphasis on introspection. Can you talk more about this process? Well, I think introspection means looking inward as opposed to outward, and it's a very important thing to do. It's a way of monitoring whether you are being rational, for one thing. Like, am I just following emotion? Am I letting my emotions get the best of me? Or am I following reason? Am I rationalizing and I'm not really trying to figure out what's true? I'm just making up something that I've already decided without good evidence is true, and I'm just trying to make up some justification for that. To figure out that what you're doing, I think you need to introspect and monitor your own mind, and that's a process of introspection. I think that's a very important thing to do. And also to figuring out what your likes or dislikes are. Like, let's say you're choosing what career to have or what to major in. I think in college you need to reflect on your own reactions. Like, how do I feel when I study this subject versus study this other subject? That can help you decide on figure out what your values are and what career would work well for you. Pay attention to your own emotional states. That's at least one thing that should be monitored. Or choosing a person to be in a relationship with, pay attention to your own feelings and don't evade them. So we need to use introspection for a lot of things to make our lives go well. What are the successful libertarian countries? Well, first of all, I'm not a libertarian. I'm not an anarchist. I think many libertarians are. They're opposed to the state. They're opposed to government. I think there should be a government, but it should be limited. And I think the more it should be limited to the protection of people from force. So there should be a police, a military, and a court system. But that's it, pretty much. And I think the closer countries have gotten to that, the better they've done. And arguably, the U.S. in the late 19th century is the closest the country has come to that. And I think it's been a phenomenally successful country. If you consider where do people want to move, like if you could live in any country on earth, I think, and we had an open immigration policy, a much freer immigration policy. Unfortunately, I think we've gotten away from freedom that we used to have in some ways. Like, it used to be much easier to immigrate. Like in the late 19th century, you could pretty much just get on a boat, come here, and you're in. But now it's very difficult, sometimes impossible, for people to immigrate. But when we had a much smaller government and did not have as many restrictions on freedom, and I would include in that restrictions on immigration, I think that's a way of restricting freedom. I think the country grew much more. But I was saying, even now, I think the U.S. is a very attractive destination, and if we had open immigration, I think people would come here in very large numbers, and probably even larger numbers if we had the kind of system I support. We've gotten a long way from a system of freedom. I mean, there's still a lot of freedom, but there's also a lot of coercion in the United States today. All the taxes and regulations, I think those are all anti-freedom. You think the U.S. is doing meaningfully better than countries like Norway? I'm not very familiar with Norway, so I wouldn't want to live in Norway. partly because of the weather. It's cold, but that's not a political issue. I think they're actually less regulated than the U.S. So they have higher taxes but less regulation. So I think it's better in some ways and worse in others. They also have a sovereign wealth funds due to oil. So it's an unusual kind of country. But I think Norway could be much better if it had full freedom. And I think people have left Norway because of taxes on the rich. When you have very high taxes, that incentivizes people to leave the country. And I think some rich people have left Norway, so they have less people to tax. I just did a Google search about that. It says a record number of billionaires and ultra-wealthy entrepreneurs are relocating from Norway to low-tax countries, most notably Switzerland, to escape the country's progressive wealth tax. The recent exodus was triggered when the Norwegian government raised its annual wealth tax to 1.1% on net assets. So if you exploit people by taxing them, confiscating their wealth, then that's going to make them want to leave. And then you're not going to be able to sustain your welfare state as easily if you don't have people to exploit, and if you don't have people to confiscate the wealth of. I think Norway would do much better and attract people and make people want to continue living there if they had more freedom. Thoughts on the immigration in Norway? I don't know much about that. Are you referring to Muslim immigration? I do think that countries shouldn't allow like pockets within their country where there's Sharia law. I think it's actually a problem in some European countries. They don't enforce proper laws. They allow immigrants, like rape gangs in the UK, to get away with things. They're not as harsh on them as they should be. So I think the problem there is not the immigration per se, it's the way that the country reacts to the immigration. They should be tougher on crime. And if they were, then there wouldn't be a problem with the immigration. They would get the signal that they can't do this stuff and get away with it or be treated lightly. I don't think I'm going to take the call, barely liberal. I do appreciate you requesting up, but I just talked about faith, and based on what you said about faith in the chat, well, I only saw one or two comments about it, but I guess it didn't make me think that it would be a good idea to take that call right now. So I think I'd rather just engage with the chat at the moment, but I do appreciate the request. Can you read what I wrote on the tax starting at no, that's what? No. Tree rotter. Raul, do you want to get kicked? You want to lick my boot? He says, doesn't host have a boot to lick? If I kick you, then are you going to be licking my boot? Who's the big boot licker? The one who supports freedom or the one who supports coercion? Do you support getting coerced? No, that's not why. They made up to cover up that they wanted to use a tax loophole before it closed. Well, I'm in favor of using tax loopholes. You should have as little of your money confiscated as possible. There shouldn't be any taxes at all, so, in my view. So if you can find a way to reduce the amount of money that is confiscated from you, I say go for it. The amount they saved on the wealth tax was about 1%, as much as they saved on the loophole. Well, anyways, the point remains that if you tax people, that gives them a reason to leave. And I think Norway would be much better off if it respected people's freedom more. What exactly about Israel is good? It respects people's rights, at least to a significant degree. Would you agree that a large part of freedom is the ability to get from place to place? That's a part of freedom. I don't know if I would say it's a large part, but it's a part. I like the people of Israel, not Netanyahu or the government. Well, I'm not a fan of Netanyahu. I think he's been too weak in protecting Israel from its enemies. I think Hamas should have been gotten rid of long ago. And maybe he bears some responsibility for October 7th, since he didn't get rid of Hamas long ago. And maybe he's been too influenced by American pressure to engage in ceasefires instead of fighting to the point of victory and destroying the enemy once and for all. He's engaged in ceasefires, which has allowed Israel's enemies like Hamas to persist. So I would fault him for that. So I'm not a fan of Netanyahu. What has Bibi done other than to protect his people and country? Well, I don't think he has done a good job at protecting his people and country. And I think October 7th is an example of that. Not a genocide. I think it's a smear when people say Israel is engaged in a genocide. I think it would have killed lots more people if it were. It seems you're motivating your views on what a state should do based on what individuals should. I think that individuals need freedom in order to live successfully and happily. And I think the role of the state is to protect their freedom. Through police and a military. You're saying there's a count before something is a genocide? Well, I said if they were trying to engage in a genocide, I think they would have killed many more people. And they wouldn't try to spare people by roof knocking before they bomb a building. They wouldn't supply water or electricity or internet or food or whatever else they've supplied to Gaza, at least for a while, if their intention were genocide. They'd be less concerned about civilian casualties than they are if they were really concerned with genocide. Getting rid of gangsters with guns is not genocide, says Jeter Freak. I agree. And Hamas hides behind human shields. So I think that the fault of many civilian casualties is Hamas. Thanks for the follow. Who's Ayn Rand? She was a novelist and a philosopher. Best known for her novels The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. I'm surprised you're still alive. Yeah, I had a lot of time today, so. And I'm not sure when I will have my next opportunity. I'm going to be busy soon. So maybe I'm trying to get in all my live streaming on today. All that I can. Yeah, thanks for the roses, by the way. I saw earlier you sent some roses. The Penny University Professor of Everyday Philosophy, Psychology, and Economics. Professional understander of about 70% of what I read. That's what it says on your bio. I try to support philosophy lives, and I have an interest in objectivism. Okay. Penny University is a bit of a joke. It's an old name for coffee houses. Thank you for pointing out that the USA is good. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I think USA should get some support. I've benefited a lot from it, and so have many other people. And Israel also, I think, deserves some support. I think it often gets smeared. Your views contradict themselves, says Universal Quantifier. Why do you think my views contradict themselves? Do you think the optimal state is one in which every voter should vote? Oh, is one which every voter should vote in favor of, if possible? I think the optimal state is one that respects freedom, but I don't know that voting is relevant to that. Like whether you I don't see voting. I'm not sure what the connection that is. Like if you have a system set up where people cannot initiate force against each other, in which there's no taxes or regulations, then I think voting doesn't. I'm not sure that it matters much. What would you vote on? A lot of the things that are open to votes, like referendums on whether we should raise property taxes, those just wouldn't be an issue in the kind of state I support. Because there would be no taxes at all in that example. So, I think it's important to lay down the principles of not initiating force, and I guess there could be some things you vote on once that principle is in place, like where do we draw the county line exactly? Should it be 1 mile to the west of this river, or 2 miles? Maybe you could vote on some issues that are relatively trivial, but I'm not sure voting would be really important in a free society. Or like with presidential voting, like I think it can be important to support one candidate rather than another, but in a free society where all the candidates are on board with freedom, it's relatively unimportant who you vote for because they all basically agree. Now I think a lot of politicians basically agree, but on wrong things, like that there should be taxes and regulations. So I do think there are often lessers of evils, but in a free society it would be greater of goods that you could choose between. All right, let me look at some other chats here. You say abortion is good, but it's murder. Well, I disagree. I don't think it is murder. I don't think a fetus is a human being. Once it's born, it's a human being, but when it's in the womb, I think it's only a potential human being, not an actual one. Are you religious, Charlie? I am from Israel, and these are my opinions. Love from Israel. All right, thank you. State, should they vote for that? Like, should there be a state? I don't think that's something that should be voted on. I just don't. I don't think it would work. Like if you're on an island and you're just one person, no need for a state. If another person joins the islands, that now there's two people on the islands. I think it's still premature for there to be a state. So you need a certain number of people before I think it makes sense to have a state. I don't know what the number is, but at a certain point, I think you need a government for there to be objective law. And what that means, objective law, that's something we could talk about maybe. But at a certain point, I think people will realize it's in their interests for there to be a government instead of everyone just meting out private justice as they see it. I think they will, which is like anarchy or vigilantism. I think that's not a system that's favorable to freedom. So I think the need for a state will arise and people will recognize that at a certain point. Someone just requested green. Can you type something in the chat? You have a contention with free will. Okay. All right, we can talk about free will. Or I could just keep engaging with the chat. Maybe I should ask the chat's opinion. Would you rather that I take a call on free will now? Or do you want me to keep engaging with you in the chat as I have been? Anyone want to offer an opinion? Tree Rotter says, I'm biased, but chat. Anybody else? Back up from the mic. Oh, is it too loud? Is that better? I could also try to make the mic less sensitive. Oh, it's better? Okay, good. I guess you could also turn your volume down if it's too loud. Sometimes we get yucky smacking noises. Yeah, I know that happens sometimes. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what a good solution. Well, maybe this is a solution, because I used to not have a whatever this is called, pop filter, and I put this foam cover on to try to help reduce that. But maybe it's not enough just to put this on. I also have to move it away. So I would really like to get rid of those yucky smacky noises. Tell me if it helps. Do you no longer hear the yucky noises? Okay. I want it to be loud enough so you don't have to strain to hear me, but I don't want you to have to hear bad noises. All right, Green dropped out of the chat. It's better? Okay. Well, thanks for that advice. I got to remember, this is like one hand width distance. Okay. Tell me more about Ayn Rand. Last time I heard her name was over 10 years ago in high school English. Well, she supports the positions I have on the backgrounds, or at least some of them. She's pro-capitalism, pro-egoism, pro-free will. She's an atheist. She supports a woman's right to an abortion. I think she's pro-immigration. She didn't write much about immigration, but I think I would guess she's in favor of a much freer immigration system than we have right now. I think she basically saw the USA as a good country. She had many criticisms of it, but in its founding ideals, she thought it was very good. Looks like we might have an anti-Semite in the chat. Maybe I should block that person. What has led you to ultimately view that abortion is considered to be good? I think it is good because it enables human beings to live a happy life. Actual human beings, not potential human beings. So by that I mean the mother, the woman. I consider her to be an actual human being. I consider the fetus to be a potential human being. And I don't think actual human beings should be sacrificed for the sake of potential human beings. I think it's better for human beings, actual human beings, if they can live their lives as they choose. So if they don't want to have a child, then they think they can. If they think they can have a happier life without children, then I think they should take whatever steps they need in order to have that kind of life, as long as they're not violating someone else's rights. And since I don't think the fetus has rights, because I don't think it's a human being yet until it's born, I don't think abortion violates anyone's rights. So I think it can make someone's life go much better than it otherwise would. So that's why I support it. You don't think abortion is modern day human sacrifice? No. I don't think the fetus is a human. It's in my view, it's not a human until it's born. Because a human is a type of entity, and an entity is something that's physically separate from other entities, and a fetus is growing on the inside of the mother. It's a part of her. It's a part of the entity that is the mother, but it's not an entity in its own right. That's what I think. Lossey says, can I debate? What do you want to debate? You don't think it's a human being? What's your criteria for a human being? It needs to be an entity, for one thing. And to be an entity, I think it needs to be physically separate from other entities. And a fetus is not physically separate from the mother. The mother is an entity. She's physically separate from the father and me and you. But the fetus is not physically separate from her. It's inside her, so it's not an entity. Yeah, I see you're requesting. Did you say what? But I want to know what you want to debate, Lossey. Abortion? Okay. Do you agree to be civil? Of course. Okay. We can do at least a short debate. I've talked about abortion. I don't know if I did a debate today on it, but I've talked about it some. But all right, let's see how it goes.
Yo, hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, can you give me your premise on why you think abortion is permissible?
Why it's permissible?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it violates anyone's rights.
Why?
I don't
Yeah,
think
we know fetus doesn't have rights legally, but that means you're just playing to legality.
Say that again.
Yeah, well, you're talking about human rights.
Human right. Well, I think only humans have rights.
Yeah, but you're talking about legally they don't have rights.
Fetuses?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think fetuses have rights.
Like legally.
Legally, yeah. Well,
Oh, okay. So you're pleading to legality then.
I don't know if I would
Yeah.
say that, but It is true. I don't think they have legal rights. I mean, I guess you could talk about moral rights.
Yeah, when we're debating, we're talking about morality. So, because
I don't think there's. I don't think there's anything moral necessarily that
Why?
should stop an abortion.
Why?
Well, I mean, there could be in some cases. Like if you really want to have children, then and there's no good reason not to. I think it would be immoral to get an abortion, but it's
Why?
not because
Hmm?
you would be. It's not because you owe it to the fetus to give it birth. It's because you owe it to yourself because you want children.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah. So don't you think all human life is valuable? Innocent human life is valuable. That doesn't commit any type of screwing on other people, right?
All human life valuable?
Like innocent human life, not bad. Who like
Innocent
commits like
human life?
yeah.
To various degrees. Like someone I know well is, but I don't think the fetus is even a human
Why?
yet. So why?
No, it's a fact that they are human.
No, I think that's a incorrect view of fetuses.
Oh, okay. So what species is the fetus in the womb?
It's I don't know if that question is relevant.
Yeah, because when something grows and it's alive, it has to be part of specific species.
Well, it will eventually, if it's born, it will be part of the human species.
Oh,
But
so what
before it's
species is it
born,
when it's okay?
before it's
What species is
born,
it?
I don't think it's a individual. So to be an individual member of a
Hmm?
species, you have to first be an individual, and if the fetus is not that yet, then it's not yet a member of the species human being.
Oh, so what about conjoined twins? They're not individual. They're not human.
Well, that's kind of a borderline case. They are individual in a sense. They're separate from
No,
the mother. They're not growing on
no,
the inside of somebody
but they're not
else.
separate from each other.
Well, not fully separate. They're partly separate. Like they at least have separate heads. They
Hmm?
might share some of their organs.
Yeah, but from your case, they're not individual. But if you want to talk about with exceptions, yeah, I'll say that. But yeah, what about when they're still connected to the umbilical cord? Are they still not human yet?
I think that's a borderline case.
What?
And
It's not. That's like rare cases when they're still connected. I think that's like all cases of when somebody has a pregnancy.
I did say it was a
Mhm.
rare case. I think it's a borderline case of being a separate entity.
But they're not separate because they're still connected to the mother.
Yeah, so I mean, I think I'm open to the idea that you should say they're not human until you cut the cord, but it's not a very
Oh,
strong view I hold. I think it's clear. What's clear is that when it's completely inside the womb, it's not a human. Exactly
why?
where you draw the
Because
line, like does the head have to be starting to come out, or does you have to cut the umbilical cord? I don't have a strong view on that.
mhm.
I do have a
Yeah,
strong
but
view
first,
that it's not a human when it's still inside completely.
because so what do you think it is when it's inside?
It's a human fetus.
Contradiction?
No.
Yeah, that was a contradiction.
Why is it a contradiction?
Human fetus, human.
There's two senses of the word human. There's an adjective sense and there's a noun sense. I just used it in the adjective sense.
Yeah, so like human baby.
Yeah, but there's also
Oh,
a baby human.
yeah, that's fetus baby.
A baby human, there you're using human in the noun sense, not the adjective sense.
It's still human. It's a fact. Like I mean, it's like trying to say water. It's like trying to say water isn't water. That's like something like objectively a fact. Water is water, just like a human's objectively human when life starts at conception, when the egg gets fertilized.
No, saying
It's
water
what I'm
isn't water is a straightforward contradiction. I didn't say a
How?
human isn't a human. I said a fetus isn't a human.
Yeah, that's a contradiction because a fetus is objectively a human. It's a fact.
No, I think that's an
You can look it up.
interpretation. I've looked it up.
Wait, so yeah, what did it say?
Well, some definitions, I think they include the word individual.
Yeah, they are individual.
No, they're not. They're
How?
not individuated. They're inside somebody
But they're an
else.
individual. If you have your own distinct, unique DNA, you're individual. Just because they're in a place where they cannot possibly be individual until they are out of the womb, that doesn't make them any less more of a human.
I think it does.
How?
Well, I take. Maybe we might just be going in circles here, but
Yeah, because like not to be rude, but your stances isn't really adding up or making sense. Because if you're speaking facts, you're trying to deny facts. Like I would say, if it was like a subjective claim where it has the debate about, but it's literally a fact that humans are fetuses are human. Like you can't deny that.
okay. Well, I'm not sure we're going to make much more progress here. So,
Well, if anything, if you want to critique my view on why I think it's bad, and then you could. But I think it's wrong to deprive any type of human life from human experiences by taking their life unjustifiably.
okay. Well, I don't think you're taking a life unjustifiably. So,
How?
well, I
It's
think to.
murder.
Well, that's begging the question.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's murder. I'm not saying like when I said unjustifiably, I think it's murder because you're doing without a justifiable reason.
Okay. Well, I think you're begging the question by calling it murder.
It is. No, I'm saying it's murder. I think it's wrong to murder a fetus.
Yeah, you're asserting it, but I don't accept your assertion
Why?
because it's not a human. But you don't agree it's not a human. So now we're back to that.
Yeah, but I proved you wrong why it's not human.
No, I
It's
don't
like
think
I
you did
cannot
prove it
like
wrong.
if you were to say if I were to say if you were to give me a claim of why being pro-choice is right or abortion is right, and then I said no, it's not, even though you proved me right, I'm like you still lost. It doesn't matter whether you accept it or not, but you still accepted the laws no matter what. Well, you can't even if you didn't accept the laws, you still lost. I can just say no to anything, and when I'm wrong about it, that doesn't make it any more right.
All right. I think we're done now.
Yep. Have a good day. You got schooled.
Weak. I think he's overly concerned with winning, and he's kept talking about loss, which I think he failed to prove. But I think his focus was more on trying to win, I guess, rather than um, just figuring out the truth here. So um, that's at least part of why I didn't think it was worth continuing. And sounded like he's being resorting to condescension. The comments are so hard to read with his background. Is that intentional? No, it's a white background, and I asked about that in a previous stream, and some people were saying the text was black. Now, for me, the text shows up as white, but maybe there's a way you can change it so the text shows up as black, and then it'll be easier to read. I don't know if there's a way I can actually. I think there is a way I can make my background black. Let me try something. And you can tell me if it helps. I'll open up Keynote. And just create an entirely black file. Let's see, where did... Oh, here we go. And then save that as a JPEG. And then import that to TikTok. Let's see. Here we go. Add source. Image. Oh, that's the... hold on, I thought I saved that as a JPEG. Let me try something again. Save in the TikTok folder. Black background. I already did that. Why isn't it showing up? Documents. Huh, that's weird. I don't know why it's not showing up. Let me try to save it somewhere else. How about in desktop? Okay, I think this is going to work. Okay. Now I just need to put that behind me. Wait a minute. Why can't I? I'm just going to cover myself for a moment until I get it to the right size. And okay, now let me put it. Okay, is that better? Does that make it easier to read the text? Jules says yes. Okay. Move it down slightly past shoulder. Oh, that's me. Why does it keep moving me instead of the... No, it's perfect? Okay. All right, is that better for other people too? I guess some of you already... maybe you were already seeing... Now, maybe some of you are seeing black text on black text, and maybe it's worse for other people. It actually looks better on my phone now. See, now I can see the text much better. It used to be white on white, but now it's white on black. Oh, you meant when it was smaller, you're good? Well, someone said it was perfect, so... oh, now my head is covering the bottom of the... maybe I should move the... I can either move myself down or move the... I'm going to move up my list of topics. If I move it too high, then it's going to get covered by some of the stuff on the screen, like where it says my name at the top left. But right now, it's... oh, Jolly is requesting. Right now, it's not being covered up. It's not too high. Okay, well, if you think I need to make any adjustments, you can let me know. All right, now I got two guests, Jorge and Jolly. I spoke to Jolly last time, I think. Oh, thanks for the follows. Got more people. Maybe more people are going to come by now that it's easier to read. I guess if you're on a phone, it's easier to read. If you're on a laptop, it probably doesn't make a difference because it's in a separate panel. And maybe now that I'm further from the mic, people will also be more likely to stick around because I got rid of the bad noises. Jolly. I don't see you in my notes here, but I think we talked before. Simply disgusted because he's proud of being selfish. Well, what do you mean by selfish? The conventional idea of selfishness I reject. Like if it means being a rude jerk, lying, cheating, and stealing, I think that's bad. But Ayn Rand had a new idea of what selfishness is. She wrote a book called The Virtue of Selfishness, and the subtitle was A New Concept of Egoism. George left. Jorge left. What did you want to talk about, Jorge? I don't know if you're still here, but if you let me know what you want to talk about, that'll help me decide if I should take the call. I want to move the black background a little to the left. Because on my end, there's still some white showing up on the left side. So I'm just going to move the black in front of me for a moment because it's easier to adjust the position of it. Okay. Okay, Jolly, what do you want to talk about? Oh, Bree is here. Hi, Bree. Maybe abortion? Okay. Well, let me take the opinion of chat into account. Chat, do you want to hear another call on abortion? Or would you rather me engage with some of your chats here? Somebody says no. Eugene, we could do atheism or something else. Egoism would be more interesting. I'm an agnostic, says Jolly. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like there's a big appetite right now to hear about abortion. You said what else? You said also we could do atheism or something else. We did some on atheism also earlier. Thanks for the hearts. Almost at 8,000 hearts. Okay, I think I'm going to hold off on your call. You can stay in the guest request list if you want. And maybe we can talk later, but right now I think I want to just keep engaging with chat some. Also, Bree says verbal debates bring audiences in. Yeah, sometimes at least, but if we keep doing the same topics, that might actually turn people off for a while. Like we've already done some on abortion and atheism today, so I'm not sure people want to hear more on that. We could also talk about that topic, but in the chat too. It doesn't have to be a call. Thanks for sharing the live, Bree. All right, so I'm just going to stick with the chat for now. That might also help keep some of the people here. How is faith bad? It means belief without evidence, and I think it's bad to do that. Send me all your money, Nathan White. Why, you ask? Don't ask questions. Just take it. Just take it on faith that it's a good thing for you to do. Send me all your money. Just believe me without any evidence. See, would that be a good thing to do? Well, I think that it would clearly be a bad thing for you to do something on faith, like Abraham, sacrifice your son Isaac. Why? Don't ask why. Just follow orders. Be obedient. I think that's very bad. That was pretty funny, not going to lie. Ironic. Okay, well, I'm glad you found some humor in that. Although, it's not funny when people actually do it. It's sad. It's bad to turn off your mind. Now, Mort requested. What do you want to talk about, Mort? Thanks for the shares, Bree. I guess abortion. Another person who wants to talk about it. All right, we've been on abortion for a while, so I don't think I want to do that again right now. Mort is a friend of mine, and he is good faith. Okay, well that's good, but we just talked about abortion for a while, so I'm a bit reluctant to do another call on that right now. Reason? That's an alternative topic. In supernaturalism? Okay. I'll take a call from Mort.
So,
Hey, reason and
so,
supernaturalism.
huh? Oh yeah. I guess I'm just gonna ask her, what do you mean by reason and faith?
Well, by reason, I mean the faculty that human beings have, which animals don't have. So we have our five senses in common with the animals, but reason is the level above that. So I can observe similarities and differences.
Well,
And
I mean more of like in the context of anything, not like by definition of the two words. Like, for example, someone could say they believe in God by faith. Someone could say by reason. But I'm assuming like that's geared towards like something metaphysical, yeah?
well, I guess your belief could be about something metaphysical if that means about reality. I guess there's nothing else to have a belief about. I don't think there's anything other than reality. But you could have different methods of believing in something. Like
Mhm.
your belief in God could be based on reason, or it could be based on faith. Like Thomas Aquinas, he gave arguments for the
Mhm.
existence of God. He didn't just take it on faith.
Well,
Well,
he
maybe
did
he
take
also
it
took
on
it on
faith.
faith, but he at least supplied some arguments as well.
What's it called? Catholics seem to take faith different than what a average Protestant would do. For faith, for a Catholic, it would just be like by your five senses in which you would believe in an entity. By entity, I just mean like any given thing in which is in existence, or I guess something that could be material and non-material. So like, in order to believe in something, you must be able to, I guess, feel it, see it, hear it, anything of the five senses, in order to come on a conclusion to believe in something.
That's one way to reach your conclusions on the basis of your senses. Yeah. Um, and so, what else? Sorry, I think I missed some of what you said.
Oh, which part? Well, that seems kind of dumb to ask. Which part did you get?
Well, maybe could you just repeat your main point briefly?
Oh yeah. Really, just like in order to have faith, to believe in something, like believe in an entity, you must observe this thing through any of the given five senses, in order to have a belief in it.
Okay. Did you say to have faith in it before that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think when you have faith, that's not when you're basing your belief on the five senses. It's when you're, at least sometimes, you're contradicting the evidence of your senses when you take something on faith.
Well,
Like if, are you?
that's what a Catholic takes to be faith. I think it's different than what a Protestant takes to be faith. So I can see how that could get mixed up.
I don't think there's a difference between those two when it comes to faith. At least
Well,
if it's believing things without evidence. Are you religious? If
I
you don't
am.
mind
I'm a
saying,
Catholic.
you're a Catholic.
Yeah, Protestants would say like, well, faith would just be this thing like to believe in God. You feel it in your heart, really. I was a former Baptist, so that would be a Protestant. They believe in this thing like, oh well, you believe in God because you just feel it in your heart and so on and so forth. Well, they don't really give an account like Thomas Aquinas or the Catholic Church does, given the five senses.
Okay. Well, if your belief in God is based on uh, Aquinas style arguments, I would say it's not a faith based belief. It's a reason based belief.
Well, I would take it to be faith.
Okay. Well, I guess we have different definitions of faith then.
Well, what do you take faith to be?
Belief without evidence.
Belief without evidence. Well, it depends what you mean by that, I guess. Because, I mean, I would say that, well, I believe in unicorns. The evidence would just be this book. So I feel like that could be, like, an issue there, to be using it like that. So I mean, unless you go into like what it means to be like, I guess by evidence, for faith. But I mean, like even that would be an issue.
Do you believe in miracles, like in the
Miracles?
Bible?
Yeah, I do. I don't think they happen now, but
So you think someone rose from the dead?
yeah, I think it's possible.
Okay.
I don't see why not, being that Our Lady of Guadalupe.
Well, do you think I should believe someone can rise from the dead?
I mean, I think so. Yeah, I think you should at least hold that it's possible. It's the case. But on the other, like, and the consensus of like Jesus Christ, like believing if he did, I mean, I would say so. I mean, like, there's 500 witness accounts and so on and so forth. But I mean, even we'll say not taking that into account, I mean, the argument for the Trinity seems to suffice.
Okay. So you think Jesus rose from the dead, and you think that do you think the Red Sea was parted?
Yeah, I think so.
So you believe all the miracles in the Bible?
Mm-hmm. I think like for your average person, I think they take like these miracles to be like these things like out of the ordinary, perhaps. I think maybe that miracles can be taken as such of a natural thing. Maybe for the time, like there was like, you know, like how tsunamis happen, like they seem to pull back. Maybe it was something like that for this scenario in which when it parted, perhaps.
So you don't think it was actually parted? It was just a tsunami?
No, I was just giving that as reference.
Okay, so you think it actually parted?
Oh yeah, I do think it actually parted. Whether or not how it happened, I have no idea.
Okay. And you think everyone should believe these things happened?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, why should I believe it? 'Cause I don't believe they happens. Can you persuade me that they happens? Or do you just want me to take you on faith? Do you want me to believe it without evidence? Are you still here? I don't hear you. Did I lose your audio? Oh, he says 1 sec. I guess he had.
Okay, you said you wanted like me to persuade you for the miracles.
Yeah, you said I should believe these things happened, right? Is that what you said? Okay, so why should I believe them?
I think that we should believe them based on the accounts in which were given by the people, and from the people who in which wrote the scriptures. I think that would be pretty reliable.
So some people wrote stuff in a book, and therefore I should believe it happened?
Well, I would say due to the 500 witness accounts and being that this was documented, I think that gives like a reasonable belief to believe that these things happened. Like, for example, the layman who in which couldn't get into the water to be healed, but Jesus healed him. There was witness accounts of this. And it seems that I think that would, be decent enough to say, oh, well, hey, these seem to be possible and to happen. It wouldn't be too far-fetched for it to happen.
Okay. If I said I saw a flying pig yesterday, would you believe me?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not? I was a witness.
Being that it's not within their nature to fly, unless you take it to be like this story. I mean, maybe it did fly, but it depends. Like, well, maybe it was standing on this clear platform in which made it seem to be that there was a pig flying.
So it didn't really fly. It just seemed to fly. So it didn't really fly. It just seemed to fly.
Yeah, I think that's probably a case.
Okay. But you take it that these miracles didn't just seem to be the case; they actually happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why not think the pig actually flew? It didn't just seem to fly.
Guys, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I've never been like actually questioned on this specifically, so sorry about that. I don't really like actually have an answer. Yeah, I don't really have an answer on that actually.
Okay.
What answers have you like heard on that kind of thing? So,
I don't recall that I've used this line of questioning before, so you might be the first person that I've tried this line of questioning on. But I'm trying to draw an equivalence here and say that the flying pig is in the same boat as the miracles of the Bible. So if you're reluctant to believe in the flying pig, I think you should also be reluctant to believe in the things that allegedly occurred in the Bible, or else you'd have to explain, why I should treat the cases differently.
I mean, I could probably make a case like how these would be two different things and which aren't analogous to each other in any kind of way. But I don't really know how to do that concurrently. So,
all right. Well, maybe that's a good point to pause on. And
wait, really, are you an ethical egoist?
Am I an ethical egoist? Yes, I am.
Okay. And you like Ayn Rand?
I love Ayn Rand.
Okay. Who are your other favorite ethical egoists?
Favorite ethical egoists? Well, I'd probably list Aristotle next, who was
I like Aristotle.
He was Ayn Rand considered him the greatest philosopher, and her views overlap with his in some very important ways, including ethical egoism.
Why do you like ethical egoism so much, though?
I think it makes sense. It coheres with what does egoism consist of? I think to understand it, maybe we should talk about that some. But I just want to note here, I see someone has also requested Vintex. Could you?
Oh, Vintex.
Yeah, I don't know that person, but I was.
I know.
Ask if you could tell me what you want to talk about in the chat, and then I'll decide if I want to take that call. So I think an egoistic life is one in which one pursues one's own happiness, and I think it's clear that that's. I don't see what could be more important or better to pursue than one's own happiness. So egoism just affirms that pursuit, the pursuit of one's own happiness. And so I guess if you've experienced happiness, then you can see why it would be something worth pursuing.
Well, like even in cases of like maybe if someone died, like if this wouldn't make you happy, that like you shouldn't help them.
Sorry, I just noticed a chat. Vintex says, I want to ask you two questions, one on ethical egoism and another on meta-epistemology. Okay. Yeah, we can talk about that. So let's just wrap this up. Can you ask one more time?
Okay, yeah.
Mort, you can ask your last question. What's that?
If you want to drop me, you can. But I asked, like, well, if someone's like dying, I guess, and like you know how to like help them to where they wouldn't die, like, but in order like of doing so, like this wouldn't like make you happy at all. Like, should they help them or should they let them die?
I think if it doesn't make any difference to your own happiness, then I don't see a reason to do it. I don't think they should. I don't like if it's someone who's close to me and it would make a difference to my own happiness. I would if it's like a friend or a family member or even just a stranger who I happen to be passing by. I think I would feel very bad just letting the person like if they're drowning and I could easily save them. Um, but if it's like someone on the other side of the world and I have to spend thousands of dollars to buy a plane ticket over there, I mean it's tragic.
Well, I'm
But
talking about like if they were like right in front of you, but like, and
yeah,
if you were to
well,
like
then
help
I
them,
would.
like,
I think I would
I guess.
probably save the person. But if you're stipulating as part of the hypothetical that it makes no difference to me in terms of my happiness, that I think that's strange. I think I that it wouldn't have any impact on my happiness to just let a innocent stranger die. But if you stipulate, then that I'm like a psychopath or something, then no, I don't see a reason why that person should do it.
Huh. Okay, yeah, I was just wondering. So I don't think that's like intuitive. So,
Okay.
but
Well, it
obviously,
is
like,
a
huh?
Rand does have some radical views, and so what might seem intuitive, I think that can change. Sometimes the more you think about something or experience. But um,
Yeah.
anyways, I do want to take this other call, but thank you for calling up or requesting up.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Bye bye. Okay. Vintex. Dan, bite that bullet. Well, I don't see it as a bullet. I think if you make really weird hypotheticals, then they become not really interesting. Like if you just stipulate, well, if your happiness was let's stipulate a hypothetical where your happiness is achieved by banging your head 24/7 on a brick wall. Should you do it? Yeah, I guess so. But what's weird is that a bullet or is it just a weird hypothetical? You can stipulate all kinds of strange things. A brick wall, here I come, says somebody. I agree with you, says Bree. Okay, Vintex.
Yo, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
I've been watching your streams a lot, and I really respect your intellect like a lot.
Thank you.
And right now, I'm kind of honored to ask a question from a PhD or to a PhD in philosophy. It's crazy. But I guess my first question is on ethical egoism, and if something that is good or conducive to your ego can change throughout time. Like, for example, if you take a action for your ego, you eat food, but it's a very slow poison that just kind of gnaws away at your health over time. And then 30 years later, you die. It's like the best food you've ever had in your life. So it's conducive a lot to your ego at that moment. Do you think it's bad for your ego or good at the moment, but then bad later? Or just bad altogether because it poisons you and it nicks away at your health?
I'm not sure, but I do think it's important to consider both the immediate consequences and long run consequences. So let's say you could extend your life by a few years if you entirely gave up desserts, chocolate, ice cream, cake, all these really good tasting food. I think it could be egoistic and rational to say, actually, I prefer to live a few years shorter life, but enjoy the food I eat much more while I'm living. I think that could be a rational choice.
And rational choice is what? What are you
And
defining that to be?
or I could have also said egoistic choice, one that
Oh,
is
yeah.
best conducive
Conducive
to your
to
own
ego.
well-being and happiness.
Um, I mean, I've been struggling with egoistic positions, or really any position in normative ethics that makes a normative claim based upon what is it, consequences, or the best possible thing that you could do for this specific thing, because I don't know how you could apply that. I mean, seemingly there's just a big old chain of things that could happen after you what is it, take this action, a big old things, and you never know if it's like, I don't know, like the trolley problem, for example. You save the more people, and then what is it, their grandkids go on to like G-side the entire population of the earth. I mean, I've just been struggling with, like, you never know. That's why I've turned to like a more strict, like, deontological position where, like, you know, it's these things are just set in stone and cannot change. What do you think about that?
It sounds like a religious duty approach once you start ignoring consequences, like thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not steal, the Ten Commandments, where you just should do these things regardless of contexts, regardless of consequences. You just have this deontological duty, and that doesn't make any sense to me. So if there are Nazis knocking on your door and asking if you're hiding Jews in the attic, should you tell them the truth because thou shalt not lie? Does that make sense? Or should you consider, what are the consequences of lying to them? Are you going to get some innocent people killed? So
I think a lot of people would, in that situation, weigh the consequences, but I think that it runs into a lot of problems. Like what I just outlaid, like you never know. Maybe, maybe if you lie, this Jewish person's son goes on to G-side the entire world. Like, in a way to get out of that problem is obviously not just to like lie. I mean, not to just be like, oh yeah, they're in there, but like take other course of actions that, I don't know, don't break the deontological rule, but at the same time preserve, I wouldn't say the best outcome, because that's really ambiguous and hard to determine, but preserve your moral character.
okay, well, you so in the Nazi example I gave, you're dealing with people who are actually engaged in a genocide, and if you say, oh well, if I lie to the Nazis, maybe that'll help this Jew in my attic survive, but maybe his son will go on to himself engage in a G-side. But there, you're just dealing with a imaginary hypothetical possibility rather than an actuality. So I don't think that's a recipe for living your life, is to just assume like you need to be omniscient in knowing what all the consequences are going to be in order to figure out what is the rational thing to do, or the most beneficial thing to do. You just go based on what you know. I mean, I could make up some other, like, let's say you plan to any any meal you have, you could imagine in your mind, oh well, maybe it's poisoned. Maybe the chef poisoned my food, and so I shouldn't eat this meal. Or maybe the grocery store poisoned the food, and so maybe I should not eat anything ever because I run a risk of being poisoned. But I think there you're just dealing with arbitrary possibilities, and like you don't have any evidence that your food has been poisoned, yet you're worried that maybe it is. I don't think that's a rational way to conduct your life, to just live it on the basis of arbitrary possibilities that you can imagine. I think it makes more sense to go on what you actually know to be the case and what you actually have evidence to be the case.
Well, what's your solution to the Nazi thing? You would like lie to them, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And what delegates that to be the best course of action? Is it your ego, or are you like a pluralist on these issues where you also use another sort of measure?
Ultimately, it comes back to myself. So you could say it's in my own interest. It's not in my interest for innocent people to suffer or die. That's it's not conducive to a benevolent world to allow monstrous people to kill innocent people. So it does redound back to my own happiness. I'm not indifferent to it. It's not like it makes no difference to my own mental well-being. So ultimately it comes back to myself. Like if I didn't care about these people at all, then I don't think I would have a reason to lie in order to save them. And this actually came up with the previous caller. He asked, like, he stipulated as part of the hypothetical, well, what if it didn't make any difference to your happiness to save this person from dying, maybe a drowning person? Would you do it? I said, no, I don't see a reason to do that. But I also think it's a unrealistic hypothetical to suppose that it would not make a difference to my happiness.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really thought about it like that. In a way, I would have to concede that the possibilities that I'm bringing up are arbitrary. So, I'm not sure that's a critique. It's more of just a problem that I've had with the position, and who better to ask than you on this app, because I don't know any other PhD philosophers that go live. So I thought I would ask you that, but I also thought about asking you about meta-epistemology. And what's your position on that?
I haven't heard that term, meta-epistemology. Can you tell me what you mean?
Like theory of truth, like foundationalism, coherentism, correspondence theory of truth, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I do accept the correspondence theory of truth, the idea that there is a mind-independent world and a belief is true if it corresponds to that world. So if I believe that it's raining and it actually is raining, then that belief is true. Otherwise, it's false. So I would accept the correspondence theory of truth as opposed to the coherence theory of truth, which is just the idea that if two beliefs are consistent with each other, they're true. I think truth is rather a function of whether a belief maps onto the world, not whether it is consistent with some other belief.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Within the correspondence theory, like, do you accept that everything corresponds to one big fact? Like, I don't know what you would call the big fact.
The way the world is.
The way the world is?
The fact about the way the world is. I mean, I've never heard that phrase. I don't know if that's a term of art that you heard somewhere, that one big fact.
Yeah. It's what is it? Are you familiar with Phil of Alexandria?
No.
He's a YouTuber. He was breaking down the correspondence theory of truth. I also heard from other people, which was the original question I was going to ask you, because you said something that coheres to something, and that like got my mind jogging. And I was like, oh yeah, there's people within this app, a guy named Jordan, that says that foundationalism and coherentism cannot work without each other. Do you have any opinions on that?
Foundationalism and coherentism cannot work without each other. Uh, well, foundationalism, what is that? The idea that there is well, I don't know. I didn't specialize on epistemology when I was in grad school. I could Google it to get a quick definition of it. I think I, I I have heard some objectivist philosophers say that Rand's view is a kind of foundationalism. I'm looking it up right now. Okay, AI says foundationalism is a philosophical theory in epistemology stating that all knowledge and justified beliefs are ultimately built upon a secure foundation of fundamental, self evident beliefs, often called basic beliefs, that require no further justification. Yeah, that sounds right as a description of objectivism. And I also think that's true. There are axioms, those are the most fundamental
Mm-hmm.
beliefs, and everything rests on those axioms. Like existence exists, that's the fundamental axiom in objectivism, which is not to say you grasp that explicitly. It's not like a baby's first words, first thing it learns are existence exists. But implicitly, a baby would grasp that first. And so I don't think there's an infinite regress of knowledge. There's a starting point, a foundation, which is self-evidence. Like it's just self-evident that existence exists, or that A is A, the law of identity. That's another axiom. And it doesn't need to be justified. It's just self-evidently true. So I would agree with foundationalism.
And basically what he was saying is that you cannot relate this foundational belief or the self-evident belief that you was just talking about without the semantics of coherentism. And he was basically saying that coherentism doesn't make any... I don't think he said this. I don't want to misrepresent him, but this is kind of what I got from it, that you cannot map out what the foundational beliefs delegate the non-foundational beliefs to be true without the semantics of coherentism. And coherentism doesn't make any strong epistemological commitments to where they would be mutually exclusive, so you just include them within each other because their semantics work with each other and compatibility and stuff.
I just looked up coherentism, and it says a philosophical theory stating that a belief is only justified if it fits into a larger, mutually supporting web of beliefs rather than resting on absolute foundational truths. That I don't think that's right. I don't think the beliefs have any contents unless they ultimately rest on or refer to some mind independent world. Because if you say, one belief is consistent with this other belief, but what is the belief that it's consistent with? A belief of what or about what? I don't think there's an answer to that unless there's something independent of a belief to which the belief corresponds. There's a line in Rand's, one of Rand's books that says, a consciousness conscious of nothing but itself is a contradiction in terms. Before it could identify itself as conscious, it has to be conscious of something. And I think what that means is of something mind independent. But it sounds like a coherentist view is a view where you have different beliefs that they're consistent with each other, but the beliefs themselves, I don't see how they could have any content unless they refer to some mind independent world. I don't know if that was clear, but let me just pause there.
I think he was articulating it well. I did think of another question on a Christian miracle called Our Lady of Guadalupe. I was gonna ask you what you think of that.
Okay. A question about. Well, go ahead. You can ask it.
So, what do you think about Our Lady of Guadalupe? If you've ever heard of it.
I've never heard of that.
So, the Virgin Mary, implanted herself within a tilma cloth that was to specifically it was tailored that this cloth would fade away in like 10 to 20 years. And then it's still up after like 400, 500 years, 600. I'm pretty sure it happened in like 1400 AD. So about like around 600, 700 years ago. Maybe not 14 to 1300 AD. I think around the Spanish colonial time.
The Virgin Mary implanted herself in a cloth?
Yes. Specifically a tilma cloth. That was, and it like converted like millions of people in Mexico from like pagan traditions to Catholicism. She appeared asking somebody to just like build a what is it? A cathedral? I think it was a cathedral or a church. It was a cathedral. Asking them to build a cathedral there. 1531. Thank you.
Oh, I see someone typed it out in the chat. La Guadalupana. I can look that up. Well, I don't believe in miracles, so if this is supposed to be a miraculous event, I don't believe it happened. What was the question you had about that?
I was just asking your thoughts on it, and you don't believe in miracles. Are you like completely against the idea of a miracle, like in concept, or do you think like there's not any miracles that have happened? Like, do you think like conceptually speaking, like a miracle just cannot happen?
I think that's right. Yeah. So, well, if we take a miracle to be a violation of the law of cause and effect or the law of causality, then I don't think that's possible. I don't think there can be a violation of the law of cause and effect.
What do you mean by cause and effect? Do you think those two are like necessarily interlinked?
Yeah, and I could have also put it as a violation of the law of causality. So the objectivist view on this is that things have a nature or an identity, and they have to act in accordance with their identity. So, like a pig has a certain identity, and its identity is such that it can only do some things and not others. Like it can walk on the ground, but it can't fly. I gave the example of a flying pig in the previous call. I don't know if you heard that, but I asked the person, like, do you believe that I saw a flying pig yesterday? It would be a miracle, I think, if there were a flying pig, because it would require a violation of the identity of the pig or the pig's nature. The pig's nature is such that it cannot fly, given the laws of physics.
The cloth's nature is that it's to break within 30 years or dissolve within 30 years, and we see that being broken.
Okay, well, I haven't looked into the specifics of this case, but if there's
your knowledge is just deep, to be honest. I had another question that brought up the law of causality. Another question got brought up. Do you think, this is my last question because I do have to go to bed soon. Do you think that you can like conceptualize an effect without a cause, like a man burning without any fire present, just the fire on his body, not like any source of how the fire was within his body?
Well, I don't think there can be an effect without a cause. We might not know what the cause is. It might be hard to identify, but I think an effect without a cause is a impossibility.
Mhm.
I take effects to be expressions of the identity of some entity. So
Mhm.
the cause of an action or the cause of an event, like a fire bursting out, is the nature of the entities involved. So if a match is struck, then given its nature, a fire will appear. Whereas if I just um, scrape a match on a piece of glass or a piece of grass, it won't cause it to ignite, given the nature of the grass and the nature of the match. So the event that occurs, the ignition, is a result of the nature of the entities involved, and that's a way of saying that the event is tied to the effect, the ignition, is tied to the cause being the nature of the entities involved. I don't think there could be an effect without an entity to give
Mhm.
rise to the effect. So it seems like a contradiction in terms to speak of an effect without a cause.
Yeah, this was a question that was brought up to me when I was debating a philosopher. I want to call him a philosopher, but just somebody on Discord on the pro-life solution. I was using the causal position in conjunction with flow, and he questioned just causality as a whole. I can't remember how he proved it to not be a contradiction on terms, because what I said was very symmetrical with what you just said. It's just a contradiction on terms. But there was some way in which he proved these two to be contingent, meaning that you can have one without the other. And then he said that a necessary link between two contingent things is false. Therefore, causality is false. Do you agree with that inference? Like, suppose somebody was able to prove these two, were to be I don't know the word for that. Just something that can happen without the other.
A causeless effect, maybe.
Yeah. He did mention that this is a reductio that David Hume gave. I haven't really looked into much of David Hume's stuff.
Well, Hume thought he did attack the law of causality, and I think on his view, there's no rational justification for thinking that that there even are entities, if that means like a stable, enduring thing, um, like a a rock could all of a sudden turn into a snake on Hume's view, and there's no rational justification for thinking it won't. We're just in the habit of not observing such a transformation to happen, but doesn't mean there's any logical reason it couldn't happen. This was Hume's view, but I think he's not appreciating the law of identity. I'm not sure what the root of that is. I wonder if it might tie to his view on concepts. His he's a have you heard of the problem of universals?
I have not.
Okay. Well, that's an issue in epistemology, which I think might impact his view of causality. Um, like there's bachelor is a unmarried man. That's a definition. So it would be a contradiction to suppose there could be a married bachelor. But there's not a contradiction in saying that a bachelor could fly, because it's not in the definition of a bachelor that he can't fly. It's the only thing in the definition is that he's unmarried, and it's a man. It doesn't say anything about flying, so there's no contradiction supposing a bachelor could fly or a pig could fly. And as long as there's no logical contradiction like that, then I think Hume was open to the metaphysical possibility that something could happen, like a man could fly or a pig could fly. But I think that's the incorrect view of concepts. So if Hume just equates, if he takes metaphysical possibility to be based on the definition alone, then I think he's got the wrong view of metaphysical possibility. There's different senses of possibility. There's metaphysical possibility, epistemological possibility. And I'm not sure I want to go into all the details of that now, but I'll just say that I think if it might be due to Hume's view of this, what's called the problem of universals, which relates to his theory of definition, which might account for his view of causality. And I'm not sure I want to get into that right now, but I just want to throw out a lead that one might pursue. He's a nominalist when it comes to concepts. That's a position on the problem of universals. Some people are realists, like Plato was a realist. Modern philosophers more often tend to be nominalists, and Hume was a nominalist and a sensualist. That's another term, a technical term. And given that kind of view, I think that might have been at the root of some of his views on causality, as well as other issues. But let me just leave it at that right now, rather than continue in a long monologue.
Man, you learn a lot. You learn a lot. I mean, another question just came up when you talked about the modalities of possibility, but I don't want to bring that up because then it's probably going to get a new question and then a new question and a new question. It's just, So I'm probably going to leave so I can go to bed right now. Man, I respect you a lot, man. Great stuff. Great stuff. Have a good day.
Thank you. Appreciate the call.
Of course. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Okay. I don't know if I went to his profile. I've seen his name before, I think. Oh, there's his... Oh, that's a reply to him. Oh, here we go. I'm just taking a quick look at your profile. Vintex. If you have questions on Christianity, DM me, it says. Okay. Well, it's almost 9 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. I wonder if I should end soon. Thanks, Philosopher Boda. Great convo, he says. I gotta check my schedule here. See what else I have going on later. Okay, well, I can at least engage a little more here. Look at some of these chats. I think there's a good chance I will post this whole stream on YouTube eventually. I have so far posted my first big stream, and I've uploaded 4 streams so far, 4 of my TikTok streams to YouTube, and I've published the first. So I plan to release the second, third, and fourth stream as well. This would be the 5th stream, and I think I'll probably release that at some point. So if you're interested in hearing the whole thing and you weren't able to catch it all today, or if there's just some other part of it, there's a good chance you'll be able to check it out on my YouTube channel, which is Dan Norton 1. if you're interested. Okay, I think I'm going to end the stream now. So I will say thank you, everyone, for coming by. I do appreciate the participation in the chat, or just your presence as a viewer or listener. Thanks for all the gifts, the likes, the follows. And I'll see you in the next live stream. Not sure when it will be. I'm going to be busier than usual over the next week or two. So might be a couple weeks till I stream again. But in the meantime, I might be releasing some of these TikTok live streams on my YouTube channel. Okay, and I'm going to end it there. So if you asked a question in the chat, I see some question now. If you come back next time, maybe I'll answer it. All right. Bye, everyone. See you later.